Oh, it's not playing the music. What? It's not. Oh, well, great. I apologize, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. Happy to be here with you. Sorry, I thought for the last minute and a half that the music was playing. It usually does on the intro. And it seems my system is acting up. We have one screen, so we will do our very best. To start off, and let me first mention, hello, thank you for joining us. If you're new to the channel, I welcome you. I thank you for being part of our audience. To let people know, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we reach out across the world to be able to talk to you about the issues that are going to impact us all. We talk about what's happening internationally and especially what's happening domestically in the United States, how these things affect each other. What's happening in the U.S. affects the world. What's happening in the world affects the U.S. And we try and look at this and understand why is it happening and what will happen next, so we can have a plan, so we can do something about it. And most importantly, because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to speak freely. It's not just an American principle, it's a principle for everyone around the world. And so we hope you're going to enjoy speaking with us today. Our phone lines are still down, and I apologize for that. We're a small system, and we survive on donations. But what we will do is we can receive your chats and your tweets. Right now, we're only able to stream to YouTube and to Facebook. We may do another stream immediately after this on Rumble to be able to reach people there directly, because this is a very big breaking news story talking about Israel, Hamas, and how the Middle East is what we believe the third regional conflict that will be happening simultaneously across the world. It's not World War III, it's three regional conflicts. Now, throughout this, we are going to be looking, you can see your comments will be up. We'll be happy to respond. If you see me turn like this, I'm reading the comments, I'm seeing what everyone is saying. Please bear with me if I don't see your comment immediately, but we will respond to everybody. And I hope this is going out live, but because of the topic and the censorship that we are seeing across the world about this news story, it may not. I want you to know that I've been trying to follow right now for the last, roughly for the last hour and a half. There has supposed to be a rally in New York City down at Times Square, 34th Street, where the Democratic Socialists of America are trying to rally Americans to support the terrorist actions of Hamas, the insane, vile terrorism of killing innocent civilians, men and women, children, and there are reports of even many reports and confirmed reports that Hamas has been taking hostage women and children, possibly putting some of the children into cages. We've seen that on TikTok now. It's a viral video, but we cannot confirm that. In fact, throughout the last day and a half now, we have been seeing a lot of information and a lot of misinformation, a lot of confusion, which is not unusual for the beginning of a war. But Israel has declared war. The first time in 50 years, they've declared war against Hamas. And do not doubt that in the center of this, at its core, is Iran. And we're going to try and go over that with you. Now, as we mentioned, we're going to be working off of one screen today. So one of the important things to note about that is after we are done, all of the links for everything we will discuss today will be in the description so that you can go to the news sources that we have been looking at around the world to get more information and more details for yourself, to be better informed beyond what we're going to be summarizing and the conclusions we will make off of those summaries. So we hope that you will be informed, because this is affecting everything. This isn't just a war in the Middle East. It's not just another foreign war. This is affecting the U.S. economy directly. It's affecting global peace and global stability. This is directly involved in the foreign policy of the Biden-Harris administration, and it has immense consequences to us, not because of the Democratic Socialists of America and their protest in favor of terrorism again. No, it's because of what's going to be happening in 2024, what's going to happen in 2028, what's happening in Ukraine and Russia right now. They are all interconnected, we believe. And this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is political commentary. This is observation of the facts as they exist. Not my truth, but the truth of what is happening around the world and how they are coming together to harm everyone. Let's see. Hello, Roxanne. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know I am live. Again, this subject is very difficult to do on YouTube, on Facebook, on most social media. And again, after about 2 hours, we may be going to Rumble to be able to better discuss this without being censored as much. But let me start off. How did this all come about? Where is this coming from? We would propose to you, and we believe that this is a direct result of a weak president. We've seen Hamas become very, very active in 2002, 2009, 2014, and 2021. Why those specific dates? Weak presidents, high turmoil in the United States. The Obama administration, the Biden administration. It didn't happen under the Trump administration. It really didn't happen under the Bush administration, other than right around us dealing with 9/11. Because Iran is reacting to the weakness that they have seen throughout the Biden-Harris administration, in the fact that the Biden-Harris administration abandoned 30,000 Americans around the world. In Afghanistan, 5,000 Americans. In the Ukraine, 10,000 Americans. This year, 2023, 15,000 Americans into Sudan. And the news media have ignored all of this, have dropped those stories because they want to promote the 2024 election. They want to promote Democrats in the next election. It's one of the reasons why the Democratic Socialists of America, the party that represents, or that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman, that's their party. It is a fringe of the Democratic Party. It represents about 3% of Americans, and they have enormous voices in disrupting our lives and trying to push their agenda, which, as they declare it, is to destroy the Constitution, to rewrite and remake America in their view, based on their feelings. They want you to accept their feelings, their rule, their decisions. And that's why they support terrorism. That's my belief. And let me be clear. I'm saying that what Hamas did and is doing right now is terrorism. And I am saying that to support Hamas in this action against civilians, against children, this unprecedented invasion of Israel and attack on its people is both unwarranted, it is distasteful, it is terrorism, and there is no disguising it, there is no justification for it. If anyone disagrees with us on that, that's fine. You can disagree. We will never agree with you. This is terrorism. It is unjustified. It is unfair. It is evil. It is a vile action. And by the way, not only do we believe that, Governor Hochul of New York has agreed with that. Joe Biden has even come out and agreed with that. We have heard group after group, even among Democrats, even against progressive Democrats, the denouncement of this action. Even AOC, believe it or not, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the poster child of the Democratic Socialists of America, of socialism in America. Ilhan Omar, the woman who denounces America and supports the attack, the 9/11 attack against America. Some people did something, to quote her exactly. Yeah, even they denounced this attack. So let me go back. And I see user has been banned has commented hello to both Roxanne, user has been banned, and all of our audience, and Dal as well. User has been banned says, America sends weapons to the Ukraine that ends up on the black market. Weapons end up in Hamas's hands. It's worse than what you're thinking of, and I will go over that for you. User has been banned goes on to say, you mean Neo-Socialist Democratic American Party, or NSDAP? Well, they go by the DSA, but same thing. And Dow says the first declaration of war by Israel since the 1970s. That's correct. When they had their 10-day war, when all 7-day war, when Israel was attacked on all sides by all of the Middle East. It was a terrifying time, and I was alive for that. So this is very similar to that. Let's stop. I know there's a lot of emotion. Let's pull back. Because as we have often said on this program, don't react by emotion, because emotion will lead you down the wrong path more often than not. The more emotional you are in dealing with politics and dealing with geopolitical situations, the more likely you are to make a bad decision, like the Patriot Act, which was a gut emotional reaction to 9/11. There were many things that we needed to do after 9/11. The Patriot Act was not one of them, which we now see today in the hindsight with clearer thought and less emotion, and realize that having the government have secret courts and being able to spy on American citizens isn't something that's constitutional. It is not something that's to the benefit of the American people. It has taken us down a path to lead America into a more of an autocratic nation and to restrict people's freedoms and rights. So let's take away some of this emotion, which is rightfully there. The anger and the shock and the revulsion of what Hamas has done. And there is no way around this. Hamas is wrong. That's absolute. They came in and invaded. As we know, in following this, about 6:30 a.m. yesterday, Hamas broke through the border between the Gaza Strip and Israel on two different fronts, attacking the guards, attacking nine towns adjacent to the Gaza Strip. And they began to kill indiscriminately civilians. We're not talking about military bases. They didn't go after the military bases. They didn't go after the Israeli police force. They went into 9 towns and attacked civilians, killing hundreds, capturing, some believe, thousands of Israeli civilians in their terror tactics. And that is a terror tactic. Let's be very clear about that. If you're invading an area and you attack the civilians, not the military, not the law enforcement, but the average people just trying to live day by day, go to the store, go to school, raise their children, if you're going after them, that is an act of terror. There is no other definition of that, and there is no justification for that. We'd have an entirely different conversation if they were attacking the military bases, the law enforcement. Would that be justified? Probably not, but it would be very different and a very different conversation. But that's not what's happening. Let's not confuse that. And as we see more of the Democratic Socialists of America, more of the socialists trying to cover this up and to make it look good, let's make sure we do not lose that distinction in our conversation. This is about attacking civilians. That's what Hamas chose to do. And Hamas, again, going backwards in time, let's remember, Hamas is just an outreach of Iran. This is the Iranian government. Their theocratic, fanatical Muslim leadership from Khamenei himself, the religious leader of Iran, uses Hamas and Hezbollah as a military wing, just like the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America, and the progressives use Antifa in America as their militant, radical wing. It is the same exact scenario. I know there's a lot of comments today, so bear with me as I'm talking if I'm not catching every single one. Dow mentions, it's tragic, but Hamas started a slapping contest at the behest of Iran to stymie normalization of Israel. I'm about to get to that. Yes, you're correct, Dow. Heard something about troops might be sent to Haiti. I didn't hear about that yet. Dow says it will be the non-combatants that get mowed down along with perpetrators. And Mike Bowie mentioned $6 billion to Iran last month. Yes, And that's part of what I'm getting to. Again, the United States is directly connected to this. Unlike Ukraine and its conflict with Russia, America is directly involved in this. Let's remember, in the Middle East, there is only one ally of the United States. Only one consistent and absolute ally to the United States. That is Israel. That is a fact. It's one of the reasons why we support them so strongly, and they support us. It is also a fact that we support them because of the freedom of religion, the First Amendment, and our support of nations in allowing people to believe their religion, whatever it may be, peacefully. Now, many people will say, well, it's not peaceful. Well, going all the way back to the very beginning, we have seen the Middle East has constantly not recognized Israel and attacked Israel. So this problem goes back a long way. We're only looking at the most recent snapshot of a long-going conflict that started with the Middle East attacking Israel. That's a fact. That's how this started. But let's go forward a little bit. Let's understand. Let's understand what's happening here. So again, yesterday at 6:30, Hamas breaks through, it goes into 9 towns, attacks civilians, and then we see from that attack a secondary front of Hamas break down their walls, break down the border, and they come in huge waves. Now emboldened by the initial attack, the shock of Israel trying to deal with the fact that their civilians, hundreds, thousands in multiple towns, are being attacked and killed and captured. That shock delayed the response by Israel and allowed Hamas to send in a second wave of fighters, which have now enveloped a large portion of Israel and has led to Israel declaring war. These are the facts as we know them. These are the facts that have been reported internationally and confirmed internationally. We're not trying to deal with speculation here. There is speculation, and it has been confirmed that Hamas is taking hostages, which is again another war crime that they are committing. They're using these hostages as human shields to prevent retaliation against them, which would rightfully exist. If the military is coming in to fight them, not to fight the civilians, but to fight Hamas, the military organization, then that would be one thing. But no, Hamas is using civilians, both Palestinian and Israeli civilians, to shield themselves so that they can demonize even further Israel for any retaliation, any attempt to end this conflict. That is another reality that we must be aware of and is being downplayed by most of the major news media and definitely the Democratic Socialists of America and socialists around the world in general. They downplay this very critical factor that is another element of terrorism supported by Iran, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, that they have trained Hamas and Hezbollah to do this so that they can get the political spin that they want around the rest of the world. So let's step back for a second. Again, I know I keep going forward and I keep stepping back because we have to. Again, we get emotional. Step back. Reflect. What's going on? So these are the events we know have happened. This is how we got to this moment, this very second. But how did these things happen? Well, as Dal had mentioned previously and Mike Bowie had mentioned previously, the biggest contributing factor to this has been the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration. Let's understand. Iran decided that now is the time to attack because Israel, working off of the Abraham Accords that were created by the Trump administration, that's irrefutable, that Trump, in not only getting 3 of the Middle Eastern nations to begin peace talks and peace accords with Israel, which was unprecedented. One of the reasons why he was nominated for 2 Nobel Peace Prizes. But it also started the process of Saudi Arabia, one of the key leading nations in the Middle East, to begin to have diplomatic and peaceful conversations with Israel. And if you have Saudi Arabia, a nation that is currently militarizing because of buying arms from South Korea, which is itself militarizing because of China, if you have Saudi Arabia normalizing its actions and interactions with Israel, well, Iran is the one who loses in that. Iran is fighting a war against Saudi Arabia. They're fighting against Israel, and they don't like them. They don't like anyone who doesn't believe what the Ayatollah believes. So, as we have seen in just the last week, Israel and Saudi Arabia have gotten very close to announcing a peace deal based off of the Abraham Accords created by the Trump administration. That happened because of a strong president. The Biden administration was there to try and they jumped in at the end of this entire discussion to give their support to both Israel and Saudi Arabia if this deal comes together. Another factor that's important to understand on why did Iran act now. It's not just that Saudi Arabia, their enemy, is working with Israel, another enemy of Iran. It's not just that. It's also because as part of the deal, as reported internationally, Saudi Arabia was offering something that you haven't seen in the news. Saudi Arabia offered to increase the output and lower the price of oil. They were going to make more barrels of oil available globally and reduce the price of that oil globally to help gain more support for Saudi Arabia and Israel and that peace deal. Now, this would have a massive impact. This is why the United States was behind this and supporting it strongly, because it would help to reduce the energy inflation created by the Biden-Harris administration when they decided that America could no longer be energy independent and we were competing with our allies and friends for the same oil, thus creating inflation. So this was a way to get a relief from that. So that's a very important component. It also means that the oil that Iran is selling to China against international sanctions that is helping to fund Russia, well, that would mean their oil would be worth less money. They would have less of an income and therefore less ability to influence terror around the world, because Iran is the global leader of terror in the world. That is also a fact. It's not an impression. It's not my truth. It is the truth. So Iran has a vested interest economically as well as religiously to be able to have this war, to have Israel break its treaty or prevent a treaty between Israel and Saudi Arabia. So it's both economic and religious. This is why Hamas is acting now. Just as the deal is coming to fruition, just as the cherry on top of the deal is being offered by Saudi Arabia to the world to support this deal. So as much as Hamas wants to say they're doing this because of whatever religious belief or whatever Iran has told them to say, that's not it. This is about religion, and more importantly, it's about politics and economics. That's the root cause of this. And it's happening because Joe Biden is a weak president. Let me explain. And I'm going to get to the comments in just a moment. But I want to make sure this is clear to people understand how we got here. So one of the factors, as we mentioned, is the economic factor. That when Joe Biden decided that America would no longer be energy independent and would compete with the rest of the world against oil, that was good for Iran. That was good for the rest of the world. For the Middle East. It was good for the Middle East because that meant they would make more money. And the United States would spend more money, creating more inflation. And this hurt everyone. Iran took advantage of that by illegally continuing to sell oil to China and to Russia to help fund them as they fought against the United States and economically. Iran is not big enough or strong enough to fight against the United States directly, which is why it uses terrorism on a regular basis. But it can align itself with China and Russia and North Korea, which it has done, to be able to help them, because China and Russia can compete with the United States economically as well as militarily. And thus, by funding them, they attain their same goal of weakening and destroying the United States that Iran considers the great devil, and Iran considers Israel the little devil. And I don't care if you're a progressive, a Democrat, a conservative, libertarian, it doesn't matter. Iran doesn't care what you are. You don't believe what they believe. Therefore, you're a devil and you need to die. That is what the Ayatollah of Iran has said for 40 years. That is their mindset. Do not deceive yourself or believe these Democratic Socialists of America when they say, well, you just don't understand. If we just were nice to them, they would be okay. No. Their mission statement, as made since 1980, is if you don't believe what Iran's Ayatollah believes, you need to die. In particular, the further left you are, the more you support LGBTQ, the more you support women being able to read and to drive, well, the more Iran hates you. Remember, Iran is a nation that is willing to poison schoolgirls because they dare to learn how to read. That they have killed their own citizens for women daring to have their hair exposed. This is a horrible regime, known for its atrocities around the world, as well as its support of global terror around the world. There is nothing good about this. So the economics is in favor, because Biden decided to get rid of energy independence, he empowered Iran, allowing them to better increase the global terror around the world. Now, from January 20th of 2021 going forward, the Biden administration has been in a non-stop effort and non-stop negotiation with Iran to restart the Iran nuclear deal, something that even Europe at this point has given up on. But Joe Biden wants this deal. Why? Because it would be a positive bookmark in his presidency. It would be something to show that he could say he did something and it was positive, at least in his view. Mind you, we know, according to John Kerry, former Secretary of State in 2016, he said on CNBC that the Iran nuclear deal funded global terror. We knew this for a fact, that the money was being used for the Iran nuclear deal. Money was being, hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, were being used to funnel into global terror, destabilizing the world. That's just a fact. So Joe Biden is trying to bring back that deal to fund global terror with the promise, well, Iran wouldn't go forward with nuclear development, nuclear weapons development, although Iran lies to the world on a regular basis. But he wanted that promise. He wanted to be able to say, look, I was able to get Iran to promise, pinky swear, that they would not develop nuclear weapons. They're just going to make ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, to be able to reach the United States that they consider the great devil, but they won't put nukes on them. No, they'll just put other weapons on them, maybe. And throughout this entire process, by the way, Iran never promised that they would be peaceful. At no point in the discussions about the Iran nuclear deal, either under the Obama or the Biden administration, at no point has Iran said, and we'll be nice now, we'll be peaceful. At no point. In fact, every time it has come up, the Ayatollah and Iran's president, Raisi, have said they're going to kill America. There is no confusion here. Just because they may or may not use nuclear weapons if they have them available does not mean that they suddenly are not going to try and kill America and Israel. They have made that very clear. They're going to do that. But the Biden administration, since 2021, has consistently removed sanctions put in place by the Trump administration to reduce the ability of Iran to be able to make nuclear weapons. That's why the sanctions were in place. And the Biden administration has been removing them consistently throughout the entire last 3 years to get Iran to the table to try and make a deal. Even as in December of 2022, when Joe Biden promised the American people that until Iran stopped poisoning women, schoolgirls, and killing women for showing their hair, the Iran nuclear deal was off the table and he was not going to talk to them. Iran hasn't stopped doing those things, and we see throughout this summer, the spring and summer, that the Iran nuclear deal is back on the table. And part of that deal was, as Dow and Mike Bowie had mentioned, was the fact that, well, the Biden administration just released $6 billion to Iran. $6 billion. And of course, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, said, nope, they're not going to be able to use that money for anything except feeding their people. That's what he said. Joe Biden and the Biden-Harris administration said, no, this would be for humanitarian aid. They can't use that money for anything else. Except they left out something when they said that to the American people last month. There's no way to stop Iran from using the money any way it wants to. In fact, I'm not guessing at that. That is exactly what the president of Iran, Raisi, and the Ayatollah said to the world. If you give Iran $6 billion, they will use it however they think is best. They will use it any way they want to, which means including global terror and to develop weapons of war and to kill Israel and the United States. They made it crystal clear. And the Biden administration gave Iran the $6 billion anyway. Iran, on the same day they were giving them the money, told the world they will use the money not for humanitarian aid, that they would use it for military attacks, for training terrorism in the world. They made it clear, and the Biden administration did it anyway. This is how we get to where we are today. Weak presidents with no foreign policy plan, no international policy roadmap, just doing whatever it sounds like will get more votes for the next election. That's what we have been reduced to in the United States. That's why the world is dealing with more terror, more instability than we have ever seen before. The moment the Biden administration abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, the green flag went up, and China and Russia started reacting. And Iran started making plans. It was only confirmed more when the Biden administration went on international news, went on NBC talking to Lester Holt in February of 2022 and said, hey, guess what, folks? We're just going to abandon those 10,000 people in Ukraine. Let them figure out their own way home. We had the ability in February of 2022 to send a C-130 2.5 hours from Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany into Kiev to be able to pick up all of the children and the women, the non-combatants, and get them onto a plane and fly them out of Ukraine before the war started. It would have cost less than $2 million American. Round up, with government waste, it would have cost $5 million on a government that regularly spends $6 trillion. That's about the equivalent of you spending 5 cents when you have a $10 bill. It's not money. It's not making the difference. That's the reality of what we're looking at here. And then this year, confirmed once again, 15,000 Americans into Sudan were thrown to the wayside. The news media buried the story immediately, so much so that most Americans today, over 70% of Americans don't realize that there are 15,000 Americans still in Africa, in the Sudan, that cannot get home, and the Biden administration doesn't care, doesn't talk about them, just left them there. 70% of Americans don't know that because the news media killed the story because it's not good for Democrats in the next election. But the rest of the world saw this. Iran saw this. Saw a president who's weak and is chasing votes, not peace in the world, not stability in the world. And so that gave them the message. They know Biden has been begging to get the Iran nuclear deal. He has been giving them everything. He has given Iran almost everything they have asked for and reduced sanction after sanction, giving more freedom and more economic power to Iran for the last 3 years in a row as he runs from conflict and tries to make himself look good while failing everyone. They took advantage. They took the $6 billion and they helped, I believe, and this is my conjecture here, this is my understanding, that when Iran got the $6 billion, that gave them the spur, the means to start planning for what we see today, this attack, this terrorist attack against Israel, which is very close to the same scale as 9/11. This is the 9/11 for Israel. Let's not play words with it. This is a 9/11 moment for Israel. Matter of fact, it may even be worse. And this was planned with the knowledge that they had $6 billion to spend to arm and prepare and organize Hamas in the Western Bank. That came from Biden. This is because of the Biden-Harris administration. So we understand the religious reason why Iran is doing this. We understand the economic reasons why Iran is doing this. We understand how this is meant to destabilize the Middle East to prevent Saudi Arabia and Israel working together against Iran, their common enemy. We understand how Iran is using the Biden administration and their desire to win the next election to be able to fund their global terror and to make this attack against Israel possible. Remember, Hamas fired 5,000 rockets in 24 hours. 5,000 rockets in 24 hours. Those rockets come from Iran. Those rockets were bought and built by the $6 billion coming from the Biden-Harris administration. It's that simple, folks. We gave them $6 billion. They gave Hamas 5,000 rockets to fire off in a day. Imagine how many rockets they have left. Imagine how many rockets and missiles, bullets and guns that you can buy with $6 billion. And your only goal? Kill Israel. Kill the United States. That's it. They don't care about anything else. They just want to kill Israel. They want to kill the United States. So they don't care how the rest of the world thinks about it. They don't care about the politics of it. They're not even worried about the economics of it. That's how we get to where we are right now. And it is important that we look at that honestly and without emotion. These are facts. These things happened in this time frame. That is a fact. And the result of those facts, whether you like them or not, leads to a singular outcome, which is what we are seeing right now. And I'm going to get to the comments. Folks, I have not forgotten the comments, but I want to make sure I get this out all at once so it's very clear for everyone, and then I can clarify any of the points that I'm missing here. And now, there's one final part about this, which is the 3 regional war prediction we have made on this channel. And we have made this prediction for years now, for 2 years. We have been warning that we are getting closer to 3 regional wars. Ukraine, Russia, which is basically Europe versus Russia, that is one region. That's one regional war. China invading Taiwan, as they have promised that they will do by force, that we see the world, all of Southeast Asia, is telling us the time frame of that is approximately the end of 2028. We have seen that. The time frame for Japan to build its army, the time frame for South Korea to become the 4th largest weapons manufacturer in the world, the time frame of the Philippines building up bases. What we are seeing throughout all of Southeast Asia tells us that 2028 is when they expect China, who will more than double its navy by that time, will be moving forward. So that was the second region that we have talked about in great detail over the last 2 years. The one area we didn't talk a lot about, which we have identified, is the Middle East, the third region. Now, part of that is ISIS and Al-Qaeda sweeping into Africa, as we have seen, because when Biden ran away from Afghanistan, he gave the keys to the Taliban. And the Taliban released Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And they immediately ran into Africa and started committing atrocities. They started trying to have coups, like in Burkina Faso, which we have talked about. They've tried to overthrow these governments to install their fanatical religious ideology. Okay. But then what also is happening is what we see with Iran and working with China and working with Russia and fighting against Saudi Arabia and fighting against Israel. Well, that's the third region. But when they would explode into something even greater than their normal terrorist actions, more than funding organizations like the Houthis in Yemen and helping to fight and be involved in the fight in the civil war in Syria, when would they take more direct action? There was no way to tell. The Middle East is a hotbed. There is always something going on, and we have terrorist organizations coming out of there, out of the woodwork. It's like termites in a piece of rotting wood. But what do we see? Well, this is now the third trigger, the third simultaneous regional war, which is the Middle East, going after Israel, actively attacking Israel. And this is an act of war. Funding the attack, organizing the attack. And I say they organized it. President Raisi of Iran was one of the key individuals who planned and executed the hostage crisis in 1980 or 79, the hostage crisis under President Carter, when they took over Iran. Raisi was one of the key individuals who killed many of his own Iranians to be able to overthrow the government, to put in the Ayatollah, to support this religious fanaticism. And what we are seeing right now with the West Bank, with Hamas, is very similar to exactly what happened in 1979 when Iran directly took over the American embassy and held over 400 Americans hostage. It has his fingerprints all over it. So now I've given you, in a very short summary here, I know it took about 45 minutes, believe it or not. This is the short version of this. But to let you understand, what are we dealing with here? See, the Democratic Socialists of America, they're supposedly, and I've been looking for it, there's no video of this yet. They're down in New York in Times Square, and they're trying to convince everyone, no, they're the good guys for supporting terrorism because they have a feeling they don't like Israel. They don't like America. And they're willing to work with anyone to tear us down. That's exactly what Iran is doing. Iran doesn't care about China. They don't like Russia. Those guys don't believe the Ayatollah. They would kill them as well. But the bigger target is America and Israel. The same thing for the Democratic Socialists of America. They don't like Canada or England or Europe. They don't like Mexico or South Africa. They don't like any of these nations because they don't believe in their very specific socialist ideology. But they will use them to get their goal. And that's why they are willing to use Iran to support the destruction of Israel and the United States economy. So when you support the Democratic Socialists of America, when you support AOC, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman, Hakeem Jeffries, what you're supporting is terrorism to destroy America. That's where we stand on this view. This is why we stand on this view. And I've made it as concise as I can, and I'm only one man. NBC, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, the New York Times, if they really wanted to be honest with you, if they really wanted to inform you, they have tens of thousands of people who can go over this information. I've gotten the details from their news stories over the years, including the BBC, the Hindustan Times, going internationally. I've been looking at the news media from around the world to be able to put this together for you. They could have done this in an hour, what took me years to put together to provide you this information that is all fact-based, all detailed, but they don't care because then you might not vote for Joe Biden. You might not vote for Democrats. You might not support the Democratic Socialists of America, and they really want you to support that, which you should be very scared of. With that all said, and thank you for putting up with me as I explain this in detail, let me stop. Let me go back to the comments. I'm going to catch up with all the comments, and then I want to hear what everyone else thinks. Whether you think I am right or wrong, if I have any parts of it that you have a question with, I will be happy to answer that. So give me a moment. Let me catch up to the comments, okay? Because I truly think this is the most comprehensive discussion or review of what's happening in Israel in terms of how we got here, why it's happening, and what's going to happen next. I think that's the most realistic conclusion you can make based on the data, but we'll see. So bear with me. I believe I left off with Dal. Dal says supposedly the Hamas was chanting death to Israel and death to America. Oh, excuse me. In the Iranian parliament, supposedly today and yesterday, that they were chanting death to Israel, death to America. Well, Dal, they do that on a regular basis. They say that on a regular... When we gave them the $6 billion, the Ayatollah of Iran was saying death to America that very same day. That is not new. They always chant death to America, death to Israel. And by the way, death to Europe as well, whenever they have any positive advancement on their ideology. Whenever there's a terrorist action, they always chant that. But while that's not confirmed, it would not be a surprise to me that they were doing that. They did that when they signed the Iran nuclear deal under the Obama administration. That same day, literally at the same moment that Obama was on national TV in the United States saying, hey, we signed the Iran nuclear deal, Iran was saying, we're going to kill America. Very same moment. You don't have to believe me. Look back in time. Iran was saying it at the same moment that Obama was saying that we've got peace. Iran saying, no, we're going to kill you. So it's not new for them. Now, Dow goes on to say that Saudi Arabia's one contention point is that this may be a deal breaker, the people of Palestine and Hamas. Well, yes, it is the problem, and this is why Iran has done this. In using Hamas, in using the Palestinian people in the way that they have, obviously, it's just like the United States with 9/11. You attacked this nation. You attacked civilians. Again, civilians, not military construct, not the law enforcement, but women and children. You're killing women and children indiscriminately and taking them as hostages to protect yourself, which is very cowardly. But yet, you're going to see Israel react to that. They are going to have a reaction, of course, just like any nation would. I don't care if you were in Germany, if you're in Europe, you can be in any nation you want. If someone invaded your nation, killed your women and children, you're going to react. But the problem is, the Middle East has a soft spot for the Palestinians. While none of the nations in the Middle East want the Palestinians in their nation, and you can just check by the policies they have in every country in the Middle East, none of them want Palestinians to emigrate into their nation. So, as much as they say that they love the Palestinians, they don't love them enough to let them into their country. They don't want them, but they use them as a bargaining chip against Israel, against the United States, to be able to get concessions and to say, oh, we're being really unified. Look, I'm supporting the rest of the Middle East because I support the Palestinians. Don't give them to me. They're kind of like the Obama and the socialists when they say, we want open borders, allow illegal immigrants to come into America wherever they want to be. And when those illegal aliens show up at Martha's Vineyard, well, they kick them the hell out. They don't get to stay there. They don't get to be around the rich people. They don't get to be around the Democrats making the policy. No, they can only be with other poor people. They're someone else's problem. Well, in that same mindset, that's the Middle East's view of Palestine. Yeah, they can go anywhere. They should have their own country. They should be able to be free and recognized as long as we don't have to pay for it, as long as we don't have to have them in our country. That's how the Middle East looks at Palestine. That's a fact. Whether you like it or not has nothing to do with that's the fact. So that's a way to look at this and maybe make more sense for a lot of people. Mike Bowie mentioned that this is a continuation of Obama's foreign policy of appeasement. Whose side are they on? Well, it's not the appeasement. Again, Mike, let me mention, Obama is a socialist. He was a progressive, let me be more accurate. He had progressive policies. He wanted to transform America. He didn't tell you what he wanted to transform it into, but the answer, based on his policies, based on 8 years of having him in office, is he wanted to transform America into a more socialist nation. And he supported other nations over America. He believed that America isn't great. That, what was it that Michelle Obama said? She didn't think America was great. I'm paraphrasing her there. That's not the exact quote, but that is the intention of the quote. And so the Obamas were very happy to try and prop up any other nation, including the Palestinians, including Iran. So in doing that, they gave them many concessions, like the Iran nuclear deal, which allowed Iran to build ICBMs to be able to attack America, to attack Europe, to attack Israel. They were happy to see that. They just said, just don't put nukes on them. You might put chemical weapons on them. You might put conventional bombs on them, but don't put nukes on them. And by the way, here's a couple $100 billion to go with that, which was used for global terror. And they knew it. John Kerry admitted they knew. So in that sense, yes, it was part of the appeasement, but it was also part of the transition. And that's why we see this happening. So in the United States, the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressive movement, they're in favor of anything that destroys America, that breaks America apart, that divides Americans and separates us and makes us weaker. This is why they believe in being a hyphen American, why they have equity, which is the endless reduction of individuals into categories, and those categories are constantly subdivided. You're no longer you, an American. You are the color of your skin, your religion, your sexual preference. You are all these different categories. You're skinny, you're fat, you're rich, you're poor. You're always in different categories so that you're always isolated, separated, you're depowered, and you are meant to feel like a victim. And the only ones who are offering a solution to your victimhood are the very people who defined you as a victim in the first place. So this is what we're seeing from the socialist ideology. Going further, Jan said, Biden administration is fully responsible for this attack, as we all know that Iran is backing Hamas with the money that the U.S. just gave them, which is absolutely correct. That is, and again, as we reported previously on this program, and as we are again identifying for you, Iran, on the day they got the $6 billion, told the world they had no problem using it for terror. That as much as Biden wanted to promise you, he promised they're not going to do that. Iran looked you dead in your face at the same moment and said, sure we are. You don't have to believe me. Again, folks, you don't have to believe me. Look up the news. The Iranian president, Raisi, was on with NBC News the day he got the $6 billion, and he told us Iran will use the $6 billion however they see fit. They will use it for anything they want to. There is no restriction on the money. And by the way, once the money was given to them, there's no way to take it back. That's $6 billion. There was no strings to hold it back. Once we gave them the $6 billion, it's done. And Iran did exactly what they said they would do. Use it however they wanted to, like to attack Israel, in our belief. Mike Boy says, I don't believe this about votes. This is something far more malicious. No one's afraid of the United States. Well, again, Mike, it's connected. The Biden administration, if you look at all of the policies, we've been talking about this for 3 years now. Look at every policy. He has been looking to do something to increase his approval, not just amongst the American people, but amongst Democrats themselves. 2/3 of Democrats do not want to see Joe Biden to continue as the leader of the United States. They want him out. They want someone else in there. And it isn't Kamala. They have, Kamala has a 39% approval rate. 60% of Democrats don't want Kamala either. They have seen them to be inefficient and ineffective. But the only way to get past that is to show those Democrats in particular and the nation as a whole is something positive. That's why they tried to spin the Dark Brandon idea, the trying to take Bidenomics and turn it into a positive statement. But there is nothing positive about it. Inflation isn't going down. Unemployment is still going higher. It's remained at 3.8. Notice no one wanted to talk about the unemployment numbers that just came out. 3.8% unemployment. The numbers are telling us this isn't getting better. Inflation hasn't improved. So Joe Biden can't point to anything. Crime, illegal immigration. He can't point to anything. He's so screwed up on immigration. Kamala Harris has so failed as the immigration czar that she was assigned to do in March of 2021. She has failed so badly that we have had 7 million illegal aliens enter the United States under just their watch. That's 3 years. In 3 years, we have had more illegal aliens than ever before. New York City is overwhelmed. In New York City, Chicago, LA, California, New York City, overwhelmed. They are spending billions on these illegal aliens. By the way, that also defeats the argument that says illegal aliens they make money, that they don't cost money, they generate a profit. They're paying into the system. Well, if they were paying into the system, why is New York City going $12 billion into debt to take care of them? Why is Chicago going into debt to take care of them? Why is it that everywhere that they have congregated these illegal aliens and crossing our borders, they've cost us money? They're not making money. No one's saying, hey, look at the profit. We have all these illegal aliens. We have a profit now. No, you have a deficit because they do not help. Hang on 1 second, folks. Khan, stop. Sorry, my dog's acting up for some reason. He's very touchy today. I don't know why. He's being very temperamental. I don't know what it is. I think it's the weather. So I hope that explains that a little bit better. Jasper Spellman is with us. Hello, Jasper. It is good to have you with us. I don't recall if you've been with the channel before. I thank you for your comments today. And thank you for being patient with me as I'm trying to catch up to all the comments. Jasper says he's very troubled by all of this. Do you think we're going to war? Yes. Or do you think we're going to be going to treat it as a proxy war? It's not a proxy war. We're going to war itself. Hang on 1 second, folks. Give me 1 second. I gotta deal with my pup. Yeah, lock him in. Sorry, my puppy's acting up, and we take care of him. I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know why my puppy's acting up. But I was saying about Jasper. Do you think this will be a proxy war? No. Should we be sending billions in support? We already do. And I don't think we can afford another war. Jasper goes on to say, I'm an Army vet that's been to war twice. If we're going to get involved, I think we need to decide it, fight it, win it, then move on. Jasper, thank you for giving me your thoughts there. And I appreciate and understand you served in our military. I really appreciate that. I thank you. And I'm glad that you survived. I hope you came out of that well. I know war is difficult. Many of the people I served with have had difficulties. I know my family from Vietnam, as an example, have had difficulties. I hope you're okay. But let me address the questions you're asking here. One, I would suggest go, whether you're looking on YouTube or Rumble, look back and just type in the regional wars. We have been talking about for 2 years our theory that we don't have to fear World War III. We have to fear 3 regional wars happening simultaneously, and that's something that would overwhelm the United States, especially under the Biden-Harris administration, especially under the progressive ideology. They cannot handle 3 conflicts all at once, especially large conflicts. I mean, look at how the Biden administration can't keep up with what's happening with Ukraine and with Russia. And that's a conflict that doesn't directly involve the United States. We're not immediately at risk. But yet, the Biden administration is acting as if it is. That's our proxy war. That is the proxy war we are in, and we're not doing well with that. Ukraine, as much as I would like to see Ukraine beat Russia, not because I think Ukraine is a great government. The people, yes. The government, corrupt. But they're less corrupt and they're less of a danger than Russia and Putin. So I want to see Ukraine win. But the way we're going about it isn't the way that's going to help us. We need to talk more with Poland about this. Poland is much more aware. Germany are much more aware of what really needs to happen, and they need to take more of a prominent position in this because they're the ones who are they literally are on the border of this. But we see that the Biden administration is using that. They've already committed so much, over 120 billion of your tax dollars to this. They are, in fact, if the government shuts down in the next 30 days, we're still going to pay for the war in Ukraine. We're still going to be sending them weapons and training them, giving them tanks and planes. We're not stopping. Your check for Social Security, your services from the government, yeah, they may get cut off, but we're still going to fund the war. That's because of bad planning. So that's the proxy war. Part of our theory, and I explained it a little bit in talking about what's happening with Israel right now, is at the same time, or in 2028, we're seeing the second regional war, which is Southeast Asia. As I mentioned, Japan has lost so much confidence in America, and in particular the Biden-Harris administration, that for the first time since the World War II, they are building an army. They are building an army as fast as they humanly can. That is a fact. Last year, at the end of last year, 2022, they announced, or excuse me, the beginning of this year, they announced that they were going to spend $500 million, $500 million, to create an army before 2028. That is a fact. That's because, mind you, Japan has what's called the United States-Japan Pact Treaty. It's the 1960 treaty, which guarantees that the United States will always, whether they are right or wrong, doesn't matter, the United States will always defend Japan and Japan's interests, no matter what. It doesn't matter if Japan is right or if Japan is wrong. According to the treaty signed in 1960, we guarantee that we will defend Japan, period. That is as ironclad a treaty as has ever existed. It is it is the longest existing treaty without a change in the history of modern civilization. And they, with that ironclad treaty, said, oh, China's going to attack. We can't trust America. We need our own army. We have bases in Okinawa. You know this. So they have such lack of confidence, they're building their own military. South Korea, our allies, have already have said either the United States should give them nuclear weapons or they will make their own. They already made the statement. And at the same time, they have already put in place the effort to become the fourth largest weapons manufacturer in the world. Currently, they're number 7. So they're going to jump up 3 places to become the fourth largest weapons manufacturer in the world. Wow, why would they need to do that except North Korea has fired more missiles, rockets, ICBMs than ever in the history that they have had nuclear capabilities. There's under the last, I think you can go back to the 1980s, there has never been a time where North Korea has been more actively firing off missiles. This year alone, we know that there's been over 25 ICBMs, rockets, and missiles fired by North Korea, targeting South Korea and Japan. And the United States, under the Biden administration, doesn't talk about it. We just ignore it. Last year, there were over 100 missiles, rockets, and ICBMs fired, again, at South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan. And the Biden administration didn't talk about it. But the threat is real, and South Korea is feeling it. So we are seeing nation after nation, by the way, and South Korea achieving their 4th place as the 4th largest weapons manufacturer in the world. That's to be done in 2027, 3rd or 4th quarter of 2027. Notice the time frame. We see every country in Southeast Asia, the first nuclear submarines being created in Australia in conjunction with the United States. That first submarine, I believe, is supposed to be coming out in 2028. It's a nuclear-powered submarine for Australia. We have seen nation after nation all have that same time frame, 2028. And we have had an Air Force general who has come out and stated that China is gearing up for war and that we should be prepared somewhere between 2025 and 2028. That's an Air Force general who's came out this year and made that statement. So that's the second regional war. The Middle East is the third. Will we land troops? No, we won't. But it's not a proxy war either. It is a direct war. We are already in that war. Iran is fighting a war of terrorism and economics. The United States hasn't reacted to that yet, but now we have to. Supporting Israel isn't a proxy battle because they have actually physically been in this battle for their existence. We know this. They're actually fighting the war. We're supporting them, but that's not a proxy. We're not using them to attack Iran or to fight against Iran. Israel's legitimately fighting Iran on their own and have been for a long time. Hamas and Hezbollah are directly funded by Iran. They've been fighting them for a long time. This isn't proxy, this is direct. But unless a nuclear weapon was used, unless troops actively came from Iran into Israel or through the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and went into Israel, unless Iranians were actually there, if the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, actually invaded, then we might send troops. But until that moment, no, we're not. But it's, again, another regional conflict that we have to address. China is manufacturing 40% of the goods for the United States and the world. And that's our economy. If they're actively in a war, we're involved. We have agreements with Taiwan, with South Korea, with Japan. We're involved. We have agreements with Israel. We have oil, which is an interest, especially if we're not energy independent. And if you tell me, well, Mike, it's all about we just need more solar panels and windmills, you're out of your mind. Green energy doesn't work. One day it might work. Should we continue to develop it? Sure. Should we try and figure this out? Absolutely. But if you tell me, yeah, we just need more windmills and more solar plants, you're out of your mind. Because they're not efficient enough. We can't store the electricity. We don't have the transmission lines for it. We are nowhere near being energy efficient because of green energy. It just doesn't work. That's just a fact. It doesn't work. I don't care how much you like it. I don't care how much you hope for it. It doesn't work. So that means we need to focus on oil and gas. And it's better to use other people's oil and gas than ours. But that's another discussion. So I'm trying to answer some of the questions that you have for me, Jasper, and trying to give you an understanding of this. Could these three conflicts end up having U.S. troops involved? Yes, in each and every single one of them. Because of our agreements with NATO, because of our agreements with Japan and South Korea and Taiwan, because of our agreements with Israel and our interests there, yes, in each and every single one of them, we could have troops. And that's three simultaneous wars with U.S. troops on the ground. We do not have an administration that is prepared to deal with that. And everyone in the world knows it. And so they're taking advantage of it. I hope that answers your question, Jasper. I hope I've answered that for you. If I haven't, or if some part of it isn't being clear, please let me know. Ed22. Hello, Ed. Thank you for joining us. Ed says, pay attention to what your dog is looking at. Thank you, Ed, for concern about my dog. No, he's being temperamental right now. He's in the same room as I am. That's why you heard him so clearly. And he's just growling at nothing. Literally, there's nothing in the household. So, going on. But thank you for asking about my puppy. His name is Khan. Ed says, we have troops in numerous locations, Africa, some in Ukraine. Now, this nightmare. The Biden administration is all in for a major war. There are WEF, NWO, globalists, but it takes the heat off of Biden. I don't think it takes the heat off of Biden, quite honestly. And I don't think this is about the WF, the World Economic Forum, or WEC, the World Economic Council. I don't think it's the New World Order. I think this is in part, it's people like the Democratic Socialists of America, individuals who are taking the opportunity to try and undermine America by creating more division. The Democratic Socialists of America aren't going into New York City, into Times Square today to get more support for Palestine. It's to create more conflict in New York, where there are 1.7 million Jews, to give more conflict and to create more chaos in the United States, which would help to destroy the nation. They're not looking to help anyone. They're looking to hurt everyone. That's what I truly believe. I don't believe that AOC or Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, or Rashida Tlaib, I don't think any of them actually support Israel. Jamal Bowman, Hakeem Jeffries, I don't think any of them care. They don't, their objective is to increase socialism. You can only do that by tearing down the democratic constitutional republic that we have right now. You have to destroy what we have to put something in its place. And that's what I believe they're looking to do. The reason why they're doing this is to tear down America so they can put their ideology, put their feelings in a place of what we already have, which is rather insidious and evil when you think about it. Ed goes on to say, also, the military-industrial complex will make millions. Increasing arms production equals new jobs. You know, a lot of people always like to point to the military-industrial complex. They like to say, well, that's the reason this is happening. No, it's not. They're taking advantage of it, absolutely. Corporations of all types are going to take advantage of this, whether it's Amazon or whether it's Apple or whether it's Dell. You're going to see lots of businesses take advantage of this because that's what businesses do. But they're not the ones who are leading this. In fact, it isn't in their best interest. It is far better for all of the military-industrial complex to constantly be building up for war rather than actually having a war. Wars deplete resources. Wars are expensive, both in terms of human costs, in terms of economic costs. Wars are inflationary. Yes, short term, if you had a 1-year war, yeah, that could boost your economy. It doesn't work out that way. The longer the war goes on, the more costly it is. Look at Afghanistan. Look at Iraq. Look at the Russians in Afghanistan. Look at Vietnam, Korea. You can point to any long-term war in the world. The longer the war goes, the less advantageous it is for any and every business. But the buildup for war, that's very advantageous. The military-industrial complex doesn't, they're kind of like soldiers. They're prepared for war, but they don't actually want a war. Their profits will be destroyed by actually going to war. They just want to keep making the weapons, keep building the fences, keep building defenses and offenses, but never having to use it. That's their best case scenario. They don't actually want war. People misunderstand that. It is in their best interest to never actually have war, to get close, but not actually have to be involved in the war, because wars are too expensive. Ed goes on to say, we just sent a few ships over, should arrive in several days to show support. Yeah, that's the idea, but that really doesn't. It really, really doesn't show support. Hang on one second, folks. See, I'm trying to explain this in a way so everyone gets to understand how this isn't just happening over there. It is directly and simultaneously happening here. We have the Democratic Socialists of America and other far-left socialist organizations that are looking to use this as a means to disenfranchise large portions of America, to separate individuals, and to cause more conflict here in the United States. Iran is using this to disrupt America's economy and to empower China and Russia, who are actively fighting against the United States. Iran is looking to destroy the devils, both the great and little devil, that they have always hated and have always promised to destroy and kill. These are things that are happening simultaneously. The news media doesn't want to take the time. I've spent an hour now talking about this in detail, giving you references of both time and situations, events that have happened, key points that you can look at and say, okay, and what are the consequences of each and every one of those actions? If I can do that, one man doing the research myself for the last 17 years in covering news and politics, if I can do that, not only can every pundit out there do that, so can the major mainstream news media. And they can do it better than I can. If they took the time, they could do the timeline showing you clip after clip after clip that I don't have access to show you the newsreels, to show you the economic data. They can make the charts. They can make the presentation. They've got the cameras, the personnel. They've got the electricity, the internet connections. They have the ability to not be suppressed by social media and the social media giants to give you the information. They could be doing this. They're not. Because you're not supposed to understand this. You're just supposed to react and go, Biden did something. He sent ships. Yay! We're supporting them. Biden's a good guy. No, he's not. Biden is the cause of this. And his reaction is substandard. It's not equal to what he needs to be doing. Biden right now should be on the phone with Saudi Arabia. You want to resolve this? Talk to Saudi Arabia and tell them, do not let this stop you from making the historic agreement, peace treaty with Israel. I understand you can't do it right this second, but you need to continue to move forward. That's what the Biden administration should be doing right now. They should be threatening Iran and saying, we're going to, all those sanctions that we took away, we're going to give them back. We're going to put them back on you if you don't get the Revolutionary Guard, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, if you don't pull them out of Hamas, if you don't pull them out of the West Bank, if you don't stop funding, giving rockets to Hamas, thousands upon thousands of rockets to attack civilians, if Iran doesn't stop that the U.S. is going to get more actively involved. We need to say that. We need to threaten, forget about the Iran nuclear deal. Take that off the table. We said that was off the table because Iran is poisoning schoolgirls and stoning to death and beating to death women for showing their hair. That was in December. It's not even been a year, and we've completely forgotten about that. We shouldn't be saying, oh, we're going to give you $6 billion and even more sanctions relief. We're going to free up even more money for global terror to be used by Iran. And lying to the American people, saying they're not going to use it for any bad thing. They're not going to be bad guys. They're not going to take that money and increase terrorism around the world. Are you kidding me? Of course they are. And they told you to your face. And the news media said, we don't want to talk about that. We just don't want to talk about that. Let's push that to the side. That's not important. You don't need to focus on that because Biden promised you. But Biden's promised a lot of things. How many of them actually come true? Biden promised you that he would get everyone home from Afghanistan in 2021. September 1st, 2021, he went on national TV and promised he'd get everyone home. He also promised you that there were only 100 people left in Afghanistan. And we know that that is a lie. In fact, we know this year, 2 months ago, the Department of Justice has said that, oh yeah, by the way, over 200 Americans are actively being tortured right this second by Al-Qaeda and ISIS in Afghanistan. So Joe Biden's promises don't mean a hell of a lot to me because the proof is what we see. Bidenomics works. I paid my bills recently. No, it doesn't. So his promises are meaningless to me. And in fact, they're meaningless to everyone else in the world too. So the fact that he's sending ships over isn't something that's going to give confidence to Israel. In fact, what would give more confidence to Israel, I believe, is that the Biden administration would actively and publicly put pressure on Saudi Arabia to hold off, to not make any rash actions, and to try and keep them in the agreement or on the path to an agreement with Israel. That would give more peace to the Middle East. Yeah, Hamas is going to act up. That's going to get resolved. And by the way, Hamas is going to lose. Everybody knows it. Hamas is not going to win this. Absolutely not. This war will end relatively quickly. I don't care how much money Iran is pouring into this. I don't care how many rockets that Iran has given to Hamas to fire at civilians, they're going to lose. So the question is, what is next? We need to focus on the next thing. See, Hamas doesn't care if there's 3 American aircraft carriers in the Mediterranean. They could care less. That's not their fight. They're hiding. They have human shields. The Biden administration will never send a Tomahawk missile against Hamas because Hamas is in a base. They made their base a school, an elementary school, or a hospital. They're in the basement of a hospital. The Biden administration will never send Tomahawk missiles or use destroyers and their guns against those kind of fortifications. Never going to happen. Hamas doesn't care. Hamas is not afraid. It doesn't make anyone fearful. And Iran doesn't care because you're attacking Hamas. You're not attacking them. And the Biden administration doesn't have the balls to attack Iran. Not going to happen. So they don't care. So the ships aren't they're just meant to make voters feel like Biden-Harris is doing something. They're doing something. Notice they didn't say they're doing something effective. They didn't say they're doing something efficient. They're just doing something. No one's helped. It's not going to stop Hamas. It doesn't stop Iran. It doesn't take back the $6 billion. It doesn't protect Israel. It does nothing. So it's useless. So truly, the most important thing, the best thing that could be done right now, put pressure on Saudi Arabia to continue to be on the path to peace with Israel. That leads to more peace in the Middle East. That means more pressure against Iran and the terrorism that Iran promotes around the world. Does that? Okay. And Ed says that's a great explanation. Good. I'm glad that I explained that. And I hope, by the way, folks, please take this last hour and a half that I've been talking, clip it out if you want to, make it into YouTube shorts. I don't care. Send this to all your friends. Everyone who says, oh, I believe in socialism. I believe in the Democratic Socialists of America. I support AOC and Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Hakeem Jeffries, Jamal Bowman. Send them this. Say, really? Do you understand what is happening here? Because I understand. I know. The majority of America have no idea. You mentioned foreign politics, people drone out. It's like saying math. Oh, let's look at the economy. People lose their minds and, football game's on. Let's turn that on. Let's watch Housewives of the Kardashians or whatever, some stupid show. And they're going to MILF Manor. I mean, they'll go to anything. They'll even watch Ahsoka rather than deal with math, or you mentioned the words foreign policy, which is why in the last several presidential debates, I'm not just talking about the second Republican debate, I'm talking about the presidential debates in 2020 and 2016, we do not get an emphasis on talking about foreign policy. But that's a problem, especially for the 2024 election. We absolutely need to know that whoever is on the ticket understands that they are facing 3 simultaneous wars, regional wars. It's not World War III. China hates Russia and North Korea and Iran. In fact, all of them hate each other intensely. They will never align with each other. They have nothing in common except that they want to destroy America. That's their commonality. That's the one thread that they all want. They hate each other, but they hate America way more. So anything that's able to destroy America is what they want to do. And that's why they're working together right now. So we're never going to get World War III. There is no through line between those nations other than hate America, destroy America. By the way, also take out Europe and Israel if you can. That's secondary. That's tertiary. First thing, destroy America. Economically, individually, on an individual basis, on our belief system, our constitution, our economy. That's their target. And that's what they're working on. Jason says, can we meme it? Hey, if you can figure out how to do a meme, go for it. I don't mind. Again, folks, I don't mind. And if people say, well, Mike, I think you're wrong. I'm here. I'm looking at the comments. Tell me how I'm wrong. Tell me where this analysis isn't taking into account what we have seen for well over 3 years. That isn't taking into account politics. I'm going back to the Obama administration, talking about what was happening with the Iran nuclear deal back then, how that is affecting what we're seeing today. I'm not short-sighted about this, and I have a very clear, and I've made this case over years, as the news has done nothing but confirm step by step. I have said many times, I hope we will never see 3 simultaneous regional wars in the world. But it's happening. And the fact is, it is happening. I long ago identified the 3 areas, and now we have seen each of those areas take significant steps forward. And our leaders aren't reacting. I don't even know if half of them even know this is happening. By the way, if you think that just because someone is elected, they're a genius, if you think the people in Congress, whether the House of Representatives or the Senate, that they're somehow brilliant, you haven't talked to them. I have. I have talked to members of the Senate. I've talked to members of the House of Representatives, both Democrats and Republicans. I've talked to them about a slew of issues. I have talked to them when they were candidates, and I have talked to them after being elected. I can tell you, in 17 years, 18 years of doing this, they are as much a group of idiots as anyone walking down the street right now. They are not smarter than you. They don't know more than you. In fact, they do less. Several of them are even less intelligent than someone walking down the street. They just get a lot of good press, and they get paid a lot of money, and they vote down the party line. That's why there's so few people you can name in Congress right now. We have 537 people. Most people don't even know this. There's 537 people in Congress. That's House and the Senate. 537. 100 senators, 437 people. There are 2 people who don't vote, but they are members of Congress that are in our Congress. 435 people who do vote. And most people can only name, 5 members of Congress, if they're lucky. Half of America can't name their representative. This is someone that they vote for every 2 years, and they don't even know who that is. So to tell me that these people are geniuses, no, they're not. Have you listened to them? Have you seen them answer a question? Because I guarantee you, when was the last time your member of Congress told you what's happening to the 30,000 Americans that have been abandoned, thrown away in the last 3 years? That's including this year. Have they told you anything about that? Have they told you what their plan is? Have they told you that they even know that there's that many Americans thrown away? The answer is no. Most of them don't know. Most of them haven't paid attention to that because you, the American voter, haven't been paying attention to it. Because CNN said, let's not talk about that. MSNBC says, that's not a subject we're going to talk about. New York Times stopped doing stories on Afghanistan in January of 2022. They haven't done a story on Sudan. A week after the Sudan, we abandoned 15,000 Americans there, they stopped doing articles about it. You have not seen an article about the Sudan, the war there, or the Americans that are trapped in that nation. You haven't heard a single story. John says, the lighting looks great today. Totally an accident. The computer's acting up, and I've got good lighting and one screen. And I don't know how the audio sounds. So You get one thing to work and the other parts of the system fall apart. And I can only broadcast at the moment on YouTube and Facebook because I can't afford to be able to simulcast on Rumble. So I don't know. I may go over to Rumble and do an hour or two over there as well, just because I want to do the live stream with them. That being said, wait a minute. What do you mean you don't want to be? Jason goes, I don't want to be accused of digital blackface. Well, you don't have to do anything except show my face. According to Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, according to, what is it, Unhinged New York, the several of the progressive organizations across America don't consider me to be black. Somehow they have decided, Antifa, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, Democratic Socialists of America, somehow they all believe they have the power and the right to say, I'm not black, that they get to have a choice about whether I'm a black Hispanic or not. And if you ask any of them, they'll say, oh, Mike Vasquez, he's not black. Since when? It's kind of like when Joe Biden goes on international TV and says, if you don't vote for him, you're not black. Who the hell gave you that power? What makes you think that I actually care whether you think I am or am not? So if you want to do digital blackface, just show them a picture of my face, my normal face. And they will definitely go, oh, well, that's not a black man. That's obviously someone in blackface. I mean, I look just like Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, in blackface, don't I? By the way, Trudeau they forgave. Trudeau was running around in blackface. They reelected him. He's a great guy. And as he's cozying up with China and Mao, the country that kills people for having a religious belief and not doing what the government says. Oppression. That's his hero. And they're okay with him, and they're okay with the fact that he was in blackface. They're okay with Jimmy Fallon being in blackface. They're okay with all the Jimmys on late night being in blackface. They're perfectly fine with their people doing things that they can't stand me doing. I can't be a black conservative. I can't be a black Republican. Oh no, that's offensive. Really? Why? Where in the Constitution, where in the Civil Rights Movement did anyone say, oh, by the way, you're black, you're Hispanic, you no longer have a choice. Women no longer have a choice. You are obligated to be Democrats or progressives. Whoever said that? Who voted on that? So when they tell you that, you should ask the question, why the hell do I care what you think? Who gave you that power? Okay, so John R. has a question. What's my thoughts on Matt Gaetz after the speakership vote? Okay, so we can always go back to the 3 regional war theory that I have that seems to be coming true, and I hope it doesn't. I really want it to not happen, which is why I'm telling people about it, so that you can go to your member of Congress and say, this makes sense. How do we stop that? Because there's ways to stop it before it happens. But we have to have that conversation. We can bring back those 30,000 Americans. We have to reach out to our members of Congress and get them back. But we got to put pressure on them. But we can talk more about that and what's happening with Israel and what's happening with Hamas and Iran throughout the show. But let me step away from that. And as John asked, what about the speakership? What about what happened now? We just had another historical thing. After Jamal Bowman somehow pulled a fire alarm and didn't know what was going to happen because he's a democratic socialist and they don't understand the connection between cause and action, cause and reaction, or action and reaction. So Matt Gaetz decided, well, actually, the problem is Kevin McCarthy. Let's start there. Kevin McCarthy did not have the support of Congress when he was looking to become Speaker. Now, most of that is focused on, and I was talking about this on Friday on the Liberty First Foundation roundtable at 9 p.m., which you can see on the show. It's up. But Kevin McCarthy never had full support. He had 15 votes in Congress trying to convince Republicans that they should allow him to be in charge. He only got through. He only got the majority of votes that he needed when he gave a guarantee that at any time, if he screws up, the members, Republicans, especially the members of the Freedom Caucus, could call him out and put him up for a vote to kick him out. And because they got that guarantee that even if one member of the Congress, of the Republicans, of the Freedom Caucus, if even one of them thought that he screwed up, they could call for a vote of basically a vote of no confidence. In other parts of the world, for governments that have parliaments, you would call that a vote of no confidence, which is very normal in the rest of the world, not normal in the United States. So that's exactly what they asked for, and Kevin McCarthy said, sure. Now, he did that because historically, we've never removed a Speaker of House. They've had votes of no confidence, but they have always won. Because their party, whoever's in majority, always rallies around them. People are afraid of stopping, basically, you stop the government by stopping the Speaker of the House. If there's no Speaker of the House, nothing happens. So to protect the government, to protect themselves and their jobs, and because of their party alignment, everyone always votes to keep the Speaker of the House. No matter how many times they say there's no confidence and we want to kick you out, no one ever does. So Kevin McCarthy said, sure. Even one person, Freedom Caucus, can come up and say, I have lost confidence in you. Let's have a vote to kick you out. He was absolutely sure he would always win. He was wrong. And Matt Gaetz, I don't think was wrong. I think he was right. Kevin McCarthy didn't achieve most of the things he was supposed to achieve. In particular, he failed. We should never have been at the risk of having a government shutdown. That's a failure of the Speaker. So let's call it what it is. And I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican, which is one of the reasons why it should never get to that point. This is the reason why America was downgraded this year. Yes, America, for the second time, has been downgraded. The first time under the Obama administration, which had its threats and actually shut down the government, and now under the Biden administration with threats and again about to shut down the government. And we've gotten used to it now. It has become so common that no one in the world has confidence that we will have an administration that doesn't shut down and or increase the deficit every single time it comes up. We're always going to increase the deficit. We're always going to have a threat, if not actually shut down the government going forward. So firing McCarthy because of that, yeah, that was a good thing to do. Now, who replaces him? That's a different question. Do I think Jim Jordan is the right person? Yes. I know a lot of people like Steve Scalise. I believe, according to the rumors, Nancy Mace wanted to take it. Nancy Mace is not well known. She doesn't have the support. Steve Scalise does. He also has the benefit of having been shot, so that gives him a little bit more emotional push. It's hard to vote against somebody who's been a victim of gun violence in the way that he was. It doesn't look good for your re-election to say I voted against that guy. So that gives him a lot of push. And I think he's a decent Republican, a decent conservative, but I think Jim Jordan's what we need. The difference being Jim Jordan is a ball buster. Jim Jordan has a focused opinion. He never wanted, he's denied the ability to run for speaker in the past. But he's willing to go up now, and I think it's because we need someone who will stick to their guns in trying to get a control of our economy, of trying to kill the inflation that is destroying America, of giving America a singular, focused purpose that we don't have, that the Biden administration doesn't want to provide, which means that he's not going to be well liked. But the job isn't to be well liked, it's to be efficient and to be effective. And the person who can be most efficient and most effective isn't the guy that you feel the most sympathy for, nor is it the person that you like the most. It's the person who gets the job done. And that's why I think Jim Jordan should do it. So I hope that answers that question about the speakership. Should it have happened? Yes. Should Kevin McCarthy be kicked out? Yes. And he was dumb enough to set himself up for this, knowing he was not well supported. No one wanted him in the first place. You don't go through 15 votes because people love you. No, they didn't love him. They didn't want him. So he made a bargain with the devil, and the devil came to get paid. So it seems like I've answered that question for John. I hope that answered the question for a lot of people. Now, the important thing to understand is while Congress is trying to figure this out, nothing is happening. See, without a speaker, why this is important, unlike in many other countries where if they have, my understanding is if you have a parliamentary division, and anyone who's watching the show from England, I know we have a lot of people in England, a lot of people in India, Canada, a lot of countries where there are parliaments. So if I'm getting this wrong, please correct me. But if you have a vote of no confidence, while the figurehead may go down, the government continues to move forward because they have coalitions. And so they can get another vote of who's the top figurehead, but the government can still operate because it's not just that one person that the power of government is focused through. The operation of government is through. Whether you have a prime minister or not, the government continues to operate in a parliamentary system. But in America, we don't have that. And so the speaker is the one who gets to funnel all of the operations of Congress through that speaker. If you don't have a Speaker of the House, there is no bill that can be voted on. So you could have the answer to gun control. You could have the answer to the Second Amendment, gun control, gun violence. You could have a bill in place right now and say, this, it's proven, it's scientific, it's been tested. This will result in lower gun violence while protecting the Second Amendment. You could have that miracle silver bullet that everyone's looking for that doesn't exist. And because there's no Speaker of the House, no one will ever vote on it. Ever. That's why the Speaker of the House is so important. They get to decide what gets voted on, when it gets voted on, and so they have a lot of power. And without them, nothing happens. So if we want to deal, remember, we only have about 40 days left before our government shuts down. We don't have a budget, which is stupid. How we can have a country that is $33 trillion in debt and not have a budget. Actually, now that I think about it, it makes sense why we have $33 trillion in debt, because we don't have a budget. We're spending without thinking. But it's about to get worse. Our government will shut down unless we get another speaker in so that we can vote on ways to spend even more money. Because that's all the government does, spend more money. So that's why it's important that we get a speaker in. Again, I don't think this is being well conveyed in the mainstream news media. What's being conveyed in the mainstream news media is, well, the Freedom Caucus are bad guys. Kevin McCarthy was dumb. And, just go with Hakeem Jeffries, who is a socialist who wants to destroy America anyway, which is stupid. No one's really talking to Americans or the world about what's happening here. Because I don't think most people in the world understand the U.S. system, just like we don't understand parliamentary systems. The rest of the world doesn't understand how our system works. So we need to have this conversation because no one's being taught that in schools anymore. Nobody knows this. And they're not thinking about, oh, the longer it takes to get someone in as Speaker of the House, the more likely it is the government will shut down, which Ukraine doesn't care. The Ukraine will be fine. They're still going to get their money, so they could care less. But, everyone else, eventually, not the first week, but eventually, everyone else gets affected too. So I hope that answers that question for you, John. And by the way, folks, in case you're wondering, you all can always ask any question you want. That's what I'm here for on these Sundays. This is the conversation we have, which is why I go through the comments so much. Because this is a conversation with you about the things that the rest of the news media doesn't want to talk about, the things they don't want to focus on, the parts they don't want you to think about. They want you to obey. They want you to just see the headline and go, okay, so that person's a good person or a bad person. This is a good party, a bad party. They want you to just go, here's the bullet point. Let me be a parrot. Spew that out. And that's it. You're not supposed to think. You're not supposed to have an opinion. You're definitely not supposed to talk about it. I disagree. We need to. The only way things get better isn't by keeping your head down and hoping no one notices you. It's by standing up and making sure everyone hears what you have to say. And not to say that I'm 100% correct. I'm not saying that. But I guess what? If you do have I'll use my example just now about gun violence in America. Maybe you have the solution. Maybe you or someone you know knows how to finally fix it, how to preserve the Second Amendment and reduce gang violence, drug violence, to get down the violence that we're seeing. Maybe they know what it is. And if they have never told you, if they've never told anyone in government, no one's ever going to get saved. Keeping your head down isn't helping anyone. You might have the solution, or you may have the conversation that leads to that eureka moment and someone going, I got it now. I understand what we need to do. We will never get to that moment if you aren't having a conversation, if you aren't speaking up. If you're keeping your head down, just looking at the headlines and not paying attention and busy watching MILF Manor or She-Hulk or Ahsoka and just absorbing that and going, okay, I'm just mindless, you'll never get anything better. It will always get worse. Always. Not being involved always leads to corruption and things being worse. It's Ed Z22. Sorry, Ed. I got that wrong before. I thought it was 22. It's Ed Z22. Ed says, when do Americans get paid back is the greatest question. Well, get paid back from what? From Ukraine? Never. The money we have given to Ukraine, well over 100 and, what is it now? I believe it's 150, 160 billion dollars. We're never getting it back. The Ukraine can't afford it. That's their GDP in 2019. The GDP for the Ukraine as a nation was $173 billion. We have given them almost their entire GDP. They can't pay us back. They'll never pay us back. It's not possible. So we're never getting that money back. By the way, even if they tried, then there's interest on that money we've given them. They'll never pay it back. It's just too much money. It's never going to happen. If you're talking about the money that we gave to Iran, the $6 billion there, that's never coming back. We can't, even if you want to say, well, it was always Iran's money, but we froze it, fantastic. We can never freeze it again. The money's gone. It's already been spent on Hamas and rockets and trying to destroy America and Israel. And by the way, if you're in Europe, you're not far, you're next on the list. England, Europe, you're right after Israel. So if you think you're safe, you're wrong. And if you think, well, they won't go after us because, we believe in freedom of religion. That's fantastic. Iran doesn't believe in freedom of religion. They believe in forcing you to believe their religion. So if you're in Europe and you think you're safe, you're not. You're third or fourth on the list. America and Israel happen to be 1 and 2. You're next. So we're never going to get the money we have given them, just like the money we gave them in 2016 for the Iran nuclear deal. We're never getting that. We never got that money back, nor did we get any safety. The world didn't get more stable. It didn't get more peaceful. And if we see the Iran nuclear deal go through again, the world will become even less stable. There will be even more terrorism, and we'll never get that money back either. It's like the $20 million we spent. Oh, excuse me, $200 million. $200 million we spent in Pakistan for trying to convince Pakistan to be like California, because that's what we do now. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we spend about $2.6 billion a year trying to convince the rest of the world to be California. And everyone has looked at California and said, hell no. No one wants to be California. In fact, people in California don't want to be Californians. That's why they're leaving California, only second to the number of people who don't want to be New Yorkers, because they're leaving New York and California in droves. The exodus is huge. So we can't convince the rest of the world to be Californians because we can't convince Californians to be Californians. And we spend $2.6 billion on that a year, and we'll never get that money back. So I hope that answers your question, Ed. Ed, we're never getting this money back. Ever. It's just not going to happen. If anyone promises you, I don't care what the politician is, I don't care what their politics is, if they promise you we'll get the money back, they're lying to you. They are absolutely lying to you. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just blowing smoke up your ass so they can get a vote. Because we're never getting the money back. These countries can't afford it. We're never going to get it back. I hope that answers your question there. And by the way, the more that we give this money away, the more we have inflation in the United States. We print more money. We have more interest on the debt. We spend more money, which means inflation. So we're never getting the money back, and you're going to become poorer. You will be more poor because we did it. We're burning the money, throwing it out the window, and just burning it, and you're getting more poor by the day. That will never get resolved. It's like when the Obama administration took your money and my money, the American people's money, and bought GM. Do you remember that? Because I do. I remember when under the Obama administration, Obama said, well, we can't let GM fold. It's too big to fail. So we have to go and buy GM. No, we didn't. But that's what Obama did. Used your money to do it. And then he didn't fix anything, which is stupid. If you own it, might as well fix it. He didn't. And instead did an IPO, put it back out onto the market, and lost money. We lost money trying to save GM. Nothing was fixed. Nothing was made better. And you never got your money back. You just lost money. Same thing. Same thing's happening. That's the domestic policy of progressives, and that's what we're seeing here. Ed says, yes, I did answer his question, and thanks. We need to stop giving money away. We're broke, and we borrow from China to give to the Ukraine. In part, but most of the borrowing is coming from American citizens. Literally, the government's taking money out of your pocket, both in taxes and in donations, and we're just taking the money out of your pocket and we're spending twice as much as we're taking out of your pocket, literally. And we're wasting it on things that make no sense. We're wasting money. Like I said, with GM, we wasted money. Let GM fail. Let the banks fail. Someone will come in. That's one of the reasons why America is so great. When a business fails, people will take the pieces and use them to make a new business, which will create new jobs and help the economy. Let things that cannot survive on their own fail. The more the government gets involved, the less things work, because the government isn't about efficiency. The government isn't even about effectiveness. The government doesn't do anything to be efficient or effective. It does things because it wants to, because of partisanship, because of politics, because of brute force. That's a fact. And saying that doesn't make me any less Republican or conservative. It's identifying the problem, which is why we need to focus on efficiency and effectiveness of all our politicians, whether they're Republican, conservative, libertarian, Green Party, and or Democrat. I don't care. Socialists can get out. I don't care. That's my bias. You're a socialist, you're a communist. Socialism equals communism. Get out of my country. You may think that's unfair. You may think that's unwarranted. You can say that's bigoted or whatever, prejudiced, and I don't care. Socialism equals communism. I've lived in communist nations. I've seen what that does to people, not just for a week. I wasn't there for a vacation. I didn't hang out for 3 months. I was there for a year and a half. I've seen what it's done. I would not wish that on my enemies. Get out my country. I don't want that here in America. Just saying. All right, so, wow, 2 hours goes by fast, doesn't it? So we've addressed a little bit about what's happening with the Speaker of the House. And I'm happy to hear. Who do you, the average citizen, let me actually type this out. Ed says he agrees with me about communists. They just need to go. Yeah, go to another country. Hey, you believe in communism? Fantastic. Go to China. You'll get all the communism you want. Why do we need to change? You're free in America to leave. You're free to go to China, to go to Venezuela. They took on communism too. Go to Venezuela. Go ahead and eat the zoo animals and starve and eat out of the garbage cans. I don't care. That's your choice. You're free to go. Not stopping you. You want to go to Cuba? Fantastic. Knock yourself out. No reason why I have to change my life and make it more like Cuba, make my life, my country, more like Venezuela or like China. There's no reason why we need to change to something that has failed, that has demonstrably and consistently failed everywhere in the world that has been done. No reason. I don't know why people even support Democratic Socialists of America or the Communists of America. I mean, one day I hope that Senator Blumenthal, who has received awards and many donations from the Communist Party of America, yes, he did. Connecticut's Senator Blumenthal, it was 2019 or 2020 that he got a award as well as donations from the Communist Party of America. And he had no problem speaking. He went to a dinner with them. He spoke at their event. Straight up communist. So, but Connecticut seems to think it was a great idea. But let me ask you, who do you think should be the next Speaker of the House? And if you tell me Hakeem Jeffries, you have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, let's be honest. Hakeem Jeffries is a moron. Well, in my opinion, every member of the Democratic Socialists of America are idiots, because what they're supporting is their own demise. And when I say that, let me be clear. In every country that has transformed itself, like Obama promised, that they went through the transformation and they became socialist communist nations, the first thing those nations do is wipe out everybody that put them in power. They take out they don't just take out their enemies, and when I say take out, I mean kill. They don't just kill their enemies, they also wipe out, whether they put them in gulags or concentration camps or prison camps, whatever you want to call it, the people disappear forever. They're not just their enemies, it's their allies too. It's the very people that made the change. Why? Why do they get rid of teachers and politicians and all of the community activists and all the activists? Why do they do that when they transfer from whatever type of government to socialist communist? Why do they always kill everyone? Because those were the people who were able to make the change. If they could influence the public to make the change once, they could influence the public to make the change in the future. If they could educate the students to be brainwashed into accepting socialism and communism, they could educate the kids to not accept it. So the very people who are advocating to become communists and socialists are the very people who will be the first ones on the list to be wiped out. You think those Democrats, the Democratic Socialists of America, the progressive leaders of tomorrow, also known as Plot, Indivisible New York, the Working Families Party in New York, they may all think that once they get socialism, they're going to shut down my voice. Hey, newsflash, your fellow communists are going to get rid of you before they get rid of me. So, in terms of Speaker of the House, the audience is mentioning, so user has been banned, says wants to see a clown. Mike Bowie says Donald Trump. Ed Z says Steve Scalise. And you're right. And if I wasn't being clear before, Steve Scalise is a conservative. He's a solid conservative. I wouldn't call him a moderate. He is establishment, but he's got a clear head on his shoulders. He's a good choice. But I don't think he's focused enough. I don't think he has enough support within the party. He would be a compromise, absolutely. He could be a compromise choice, but I don't think he'd be as effective as what we need at this moment. We need someone, I truly believe. Now, it won't be, and Mike Bowie, you know as well as I do, it's not going to be Donald Trump. Trump is running for president. He's not going to be the Speaker of the House and run for president. Not going to happen. And the likelihood is now that President Trump will win in 2024, most likely. And I'm going to get to RFK in 1 second, but so it's unlikely. Taking the seat, the House Speaker, would be a step down for Donald Trump. So that's not realistic. That's just meant to piss off. When they say, it'll be Donald Trump, well, that's just meant to piss off the Democrats and the people with TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. They just want to make those people go crazy. That's why they say Donald Trump. And by the way, it worked. They lost their minds. People said, oh, Donald Trump could be the speaker. Oh, and they were, you see them. They scream all the time. The snowflakes lose their mind when you say Donald Trump. They lose it. So it was good for a joke, but no. So I think, Steve Scalise is a good choice. But again, I think we need someone who is much more focused, someone who's stronger, someone who's a bit of a a-hole, to be honest, who will get the job done whether or not people like him or not, or her. Oh, Mike Bowie saying he was being tongue-in-cheek. I know you were. Mike. But there are people who are watching the show. Again, they don't know. They don't understand the politics, nor do they understand some of the things they get told. Look at the news articles. Look at the stories that we're hearing out there. Hell, even looking at what's being said about Israel and what's happening with Hamas, what's happening with the Democratic Socialists of America. For an hour, the event with the Democratic Socialists of America, that was supposed to start at 1 p.m. today in Times Square. I spent an hour and a half scouring I looked on Twitter, I was looking on Facebook, I was looking on YouTube, I was looking on Rumble. I could not find coverage, especially on Google, especially on YouTube, especially on the mainstream news media. No one was covering that event. And I have to ask you, why not? Why is there no live coverage? By the way, if you go to the New York City Democratic Socialists of America, their division, they have 2 channels on YouTube. 2. And if you look them up, you will find nothing. They haven't said anything for at least 3 months, if not 2 years. They have nothing. You would think if they were so proud, if they thought they were right, if they thought they were on the right track for America, that this was a positive for Israel and Palestine, if they thought they were actually doing the right thing, don't you think they'd have a video on their channel, their official channel, and their official Twitter saying, hey, look at this great thing we're doing? Don't you think they would stand up and say, we're proud to let people see our faces as we do this protest? But they're not. So it kind of tells you they know they're not actually there to help Palestine. They're not there to help world peace. They're there to break America. That's it. Whether the rank and file people know it or not, I don't know. But the leaders are very clear. They're not there to make things better. They're there to help break things down. Ed says he'll run. Well, Ed, by the way, you don't have to be a member of Congress to be the Speaker of the House. Anyone could be the Speaker of the House. So you're not limited to members of Congress. It could be anyone in politics, anyone in America. Any American citizen can be the Speaker of the House. Grace is with us. Hello, Grace. Thank you for joining us today. And Grace says, do you know anything about the new claim against Trump about him giving classified information to wealthy Australian? I haven't heard about that, but that's like many of the things. Well, here's 2 things about that. Knowing nothing about the story, because I have not heard about that. One, if Trump had done this, someone would have leaked it. It wouldn't have taken 3-4 years for someone to finally come out with that. Everything that Donald Trump did was news the day he did it. For the last 7 years in a row, there is nothing connected to Trump and politics that he has done that if it could possibly in any way, shape, or form be considered negative, it has been considered negative, and it has been plastered all over the mainstream news media and social media. So to start with, I doubt it, because no one has made this claim before. But here's the second part of it. So let's assume that Donald Trump, as president, who has access to classified materials and has a constitutional right to declassify documents at will. That is a power of every president. And every president uses it on a regular basis. Every time they go to a G20 summit, every time they go to a G7 summit, every time our president goes to a foreign country, he is using the ability to declassify information at will. It is a constitutional right, and that's why he has it. So that he can go to another country and have negotiations to talk about treaties, to talk about everything in the welfare of the United States without having to go, Oh, and let me wait. I'd like to tell you about this. We could make this great trade deal, but I can't tell you this one piece of information that would make you say yes, and it will help America in making more jobs and helping the economy. But I can't tell you until Congress approves of it 6 months from now, or a year from now, or never. See, when the founders created America, they were smart, and they understood Congress is slow and inefficient and ineffective. And that's why we have 3 branches of government, because some branches move very slowly and they're not the best. They're there for compromise, not for the most efficient thing, not the most effective thing. And we have other departments that move faster. That's why they have executive orders. That's why the president can declassify documents at will. And whether you agree or not is meaningless. It doesn't matter. The same thing would apply if Carter did it, if Bill Clinton was doing it, if Obama did it. It doesn't matter. Every president has this right. And so if as president, Trump declassified documents talking to anyone in the world, he has the constitutional right to do so. Whether I like it or not, whether you like it or not, doesn't matter. So, if he did this, the question is, was he president? If he was, he had the constitutional right to do so. Who cares? And really, look at the way they're mentioning it. If they're trying to focus on, he gave this information to a wealthy Australian. Name a leader of a government that isn't wealthy. Obama had his net worth increase, by 20 times? Joe Biden's net worth increased by multiples, almost exponentially, since he's been president. England, the Prime Minister of England, Prime Minister of France, Canada, name the country. What leader, and most people who are in the government, half of Congress are millionaires, if not multimillionaires. So you say, well, he's a wealthy Australian. Is he a member of the government? Because most people who are members of government are wealthy. By the way, what's defined as wealthy? Was he talking to a businessman who was trying to build the nuclear submarines in Australia? Are we talking about industrialists? Are we talking about someone who's going to bring money over? If Donald Trump was talking to Elon Musk, well, he would be a South African wealthy businessman. But you can't say that he doesn't. He also makes Teslas. He's also part of the green movement of America. So, again, it's touch and go. Again, I'm just trying to point out the ways that the news media manipulate some of the stories, which is why you need more details. But Grace goes on to say, he supposedly gave information about our nuclear submarines to an Australian who went and told a bunch of people. Well, again, America we were negotiating, going back to the Trump administration, a deal to build submarines for Australia, which is why I mentioned, is he an industrialist? Maybe he's the guy, and again, I don't know the story, but are we talking about the individuals involved in the shipyards that build submarines for Australia? Because we've been negotiating that deal that came through in the Biden administration, but it was started in the Trump administration. The negotiation was started. We stole the deal actually from France, and because the French had the deal. And then we took it from them, in part because of negotiations made during the Trump administration. So are we talking about the industrialist who actually is in charge of building the bloody submarines? And why is it Trump's fault if he talked to that industrialist and that industrialist shares the secrets? Why is that Trump's fault? It's the guy who gave away the secrets, not Trump. There's a lot of documents, and I think Mike Bowie mentions that Biden may have been guilty in various documents that were seized from Trump. I don't doubt it. We already know, the Biden family, Biden himself are confused. I mean, why did Biden start getting payments in 2015 from the Chinese government through a series of dummy companies? Why did Joe Biden, what business deals was Biden involved with using an alias email account that we're not allowed to see for some reason? So there's a lot of problems with the Biden administration and Biden and his family. Hang on a second, folks. So I know there was something else I wanted to talk about besides bringing up what's happening in Iran right now. And I know I want to talk about, hang on, I will get to RFK Jr. shortly. So I know tomorrow, RFK Jr. is going to be making an announcement. That was already scheduled for October 9th, Monday. He was looking to get headline news. I don't know if they're going to delay it because of what's happening with Israel, but it's Monday, so he still may be able to deal with that. He's probably going to make a comment in his announcement tomorrow, not only about what he plans to do about the 2024 election, but likely also about what's happening in Israel right now. And he's going to try and convince you that he's the best choice to deal with the Middle East, what's happening in Iran, what's happening in Israel. I don't think that's true. But we will get to that. We will get to RFK and why I don't think he's the best foreign policy choice for America and what he's going to be announcing tomorrow, October 9th. We'll get to that in just a moment. But I also wanted to talk about, well, the U.S. economy. Let's talk about that for a second. I mentioned to you, we've been told for 3 years, Bidenomics was great. It's been fantastic. It is rainbows, it is sugar plums and candy, it is rose-colored glasses. It is the best thing that could be happening to you. And the one thing that you do not hear about the economy is, are you doing better today than 4 years ago? That would be in 2019. Are you doing better today than you were in 2019? Not 2020. Everyone did miserable in 2020. The country shut down in 2020. Okay, so not counting the government shutdown, but not thinking about the government shutdown, but thinking about everything else. Let's think about it. Are you better off today under Biden or in 2019 under Trump? And I think the answer to that, if anyone is being honest, is unequivocally 2019. I can't think of anyone. Oops. There we go. I can't think of anyone who wasn't doing better in 2019 than they are today in 2023. Which is why Bidenomics, whenever they're trying to tell you how great it is and how well it's doing, they never ask you that very simple question. If it's so wonderful, if it is doing so great for so many people, why don't you ask me if I'm better today than I was in 2019? Because they already know the answer. They don't point out how many people were poor in 2019 versus 2023. They won't mention that. They don't want to deal with that number because you're worse off. They want to say, well, they were saying, well, it doesn't matter. All the numbers, inflation, inflation for food, inflation for electricity, the food crisis, the global food crisis that is currently ongoing, that is going to increase in 2024. There will be 40 to 50% less food in the world versus 2020. There will be less food in the world in 2024 under the Biden-Harris administration. That's a fact. It's not an if, it's not a maybe, it's not a question. I told you that it was going to happen in 2023. It did. And now we're looking at it getting worse in 2024 into 2025. So there's going to be more food inflation. That is a fact. We have already guaranteed that we're going to increase the debt ceiling of the United States to $35 trillion. That's inflation. That's 7.5% inflation. Guaranteed. But before Biden steps down, we will have more inflation. It's a guarantee. So why won't they talk about this? Because you're not supposed to think about it. So they were saying, don't look at any of the other numbers. Just look at unemployment. Because the unemployment rate was 3.4%. Yay! We have a solid, the economy's back. It's fantastic. It's doing great because we have 3.4% unemployment and over 100 million people that we don't count that aren't working. We don't count them. Oh, okay. That would change the numbers a lot. But okay. And now the unemployment rate is 3.8% and looking to go higher. Not lower. It's getting worse. Unemployment is increasing. Layoffs have been increasing, not just from the UAW strike, but long before that. At the very beginning of this year, the very first thing, Silicon Valley started laying off thousands, tens of thousands of people. Not just in Twitter, in Google, Microsoft, all of them. All of Silicon Valley started laying people off. Remember, we're a service economy. So when they start laying off people, it's the same thing as what used to happen when the car companies used to lay off people. They're laying them off. We have less people working. And by the way, laid off people don't necessarily count the same as unemployed. If you were to include everyone who's laid off of work, the unemployment rate would go even higher. So it's getting worse and worse. And Joe Biden keeps trying to find a new way to tell you that the economy is doing fantastic. You just don't understand. That's the reason why this week, when we got the unemployment numbers out, nobody talked about it. The news media let it go. They just, oh yeah, those numbers came out. Don't worry about it. It's not really important. Nothing changed. Yeah, nothing changed. The unemployment rate is up and going higher. These are the things you should be paying attention to. The economy is not going to get better, folks. It's not. And I've been telling you for a long time. I've been telling you since February, literally February 17th of 2021, get ready. It's getting worse. And we're not at the bottom yet. So let me see here. Grace mentions, sorry she can't find the article. It was bad for Trump. It was on the bottom of the front page, and I can't find it. That's okay. Trust me, Grace. If these are, how many allegations do we have? We've seen Trump given every allegation and everything in the world. And I guarantee you, I told you that he was going to get arrested. He got arrested. He's going to get another. They're going to arrest him again. They are throwing everything. If he jaywalks, they're going to throw that against him. It's whatever it takes to try and get him not so much in jail. Democrats don't expect to win any of the court cases. They really don't. They don't care if they win. They just want him to look bad. They want a question in people's minds saying, he's not a good guy. They want you to feel like you can't trust Trump because they think that if you feel like that, people won't vote for him. And you have to feel less safe and less trusting of Trump than Biden for Biden to win. That's their goal. So they'll come out with every allegation they can think of. You know how many people still think that Russia collusion was true? Even though there were 4 independent investigations, 4, including by Democrats, spending over $35 million. And not one, including the Democrat-led investigation, not one could find Russia collusion. It didn't happen. Doesn't exist. It's a lie. It always was a lie. And there are hundreds of thousands of Americans that think it's true. They think it's real. They don't realize that we have 4 different investigations, spent 35 million taxpayer dollars, years of time to spend on this to prove it's a lie. There are thousands, at least tens of thousands of people that think Adam Schiff still has proof that President Trump was colluding with Russia, as he promised on Rachel Maddow for 3 years in a row. There is no evidence. It doesn't exist. It's not true. He lied to the American people. Adam Schiff lied to the American people on Rachel Maddow's show. Rachel Maddow supported the lie and never questioned it. And when they were proven wrong, they just moved on to the next story. Didn't apologize. Didn't say they were sorry. There was no criminal charges on Adam Schiff for lying to the American people. They just moved on. So this is, again, where I put this. So it's interesting. And yeah, you're right, Grace. When we talk about economics, they always compare it to, 2020. Yeah, when everything was shut down. But they forget to remind you, we're comparing it to when no one was working, when the government and the world was shut down, when the government told people to stay in their homes for 2 years. Yeah, that's what they're comparing it to. I'm sorry, it's not a comparison. It's not fair. It's not realistic. But, that's the games they like to play. Grace says, that's because people get sick of hearing about any of it. The people who still believe that Jussie Smollett, was attacked by Trump followers. It's because they stopped listening. Well, they heard everything they wanted. They got the headline. Jussie Smollett attacked by Trump supporters in Chicago. In February in Chicago. The middle of the winter in Chicago at 2 a.m. Really? Because he went to Subway to get a sandwich. Are we serious? 2 white men in MAGA hats carrying a noose and bleach attacked Jussie Smollett, a small-time C-class actor on a minor TV show that most Americans don't know and didn't know then either, and they targeted him? Are you kidding me? And that has never happened before in Chicago, and it has never happened since in Chicago. And in court, the guys that actually did do this, which were 2 bodybuilding black men, admitted in court they did it because it was Jussie's plan. And there are still people who think, no, it's all about racism. It's true. It really happened. It's just racism. No, you are uninformed. If you think Jussie Smollett was the victim of racism, you are uninformed. Factually. Absolutely. I don't care what your feelings are. You're wrong and you're uninformed. Oh, yes, it was during a polar vortex. It wasn't even just the winter. It was a storm, a cold storm in Chicago in the middle of winter. Yeah, it's just none of it made sense. On its face, it never made sense. And I don't know how anyone could possibly believe it. But again, these are the things that they have been trying to train people to just look at the headline and then shut it off, to shut down. And that's why Jussie Smollett being attacked, that was on every single headline. Jussie Smollett being proven guilty, you didn't see that. That was thrown into the back page, back burner. No one wanted to talk about it. No one's mentioned it since. Because you're supposed to think, well, it was true. It was never true. We see that over and over again. Again, it's like with inflation. It's like the economy. You're supposed to think Bidenomics. It means good things. It means everything's doing well. Except when you go to the store or when you pay your bills, when you get your paycheck. No, it's got nothing to do with anything good. It has been horrible for you. But you're supposed to look at the headline and go, well, it's supposed to be good for somebody. No, it's good for nobody. So I was talking about the account. And again, if any, and I say this all the time, and I say it again, if there is any Democrat, if there is any progressive, if there is any elected official in America at the local, state, or federal level that thinks that anything I have been saying today is wrong, or they have evidence that will show that I am incorrect, I'm happy to have that discussion. Let's go for it. I'm more than happy. I don't have time limits. I'm not MSNBC. I'm not CNN. You're not on for a 12-minute block. You want to have the conversation? You want to tell me that the Democratic Socialists of America have it right, that socialism is the best thing, that we should be supporting Hamas instead of the innocent civilians in Israel? Fantastic. Let's have that discussion. I'm asking for it. Please, let's have that conversation. But they never do. For 17, almost 18 years now, they never want to have that conversation. But I also wanted to talk about the border. See, immigration is a big deal in America. It has been a big deal for my entire lifetime. For half a century, immigration's been a big deal. I know RFK. I'm getting to RFK. I'm getting there. But let's talk. I want to talk about the immigration. Because you were promised by Joe Biden in 2019, 2020, you were promised on January 2021, the very first thing Joe Biden did is he shut down the wall and said, we are not going to build any more of Donald Trump's wall. That the wall was evil. Remember, AOC went down to Texas to an empty parking lot and took pictures, cropped pictures, next to a fence of an empty parking lot to make sure that you knew that Donald Trump was evil and immigration was illegal immigration was a good thing. That putting people in detention centers built by the Obama administration, that was evil. And that was Donald Trump's fault. And it was like putting them in cages meant for chickens. By the way, AOC was a liar, and it wasn't true. And she forgot to mention that the cages were built by Obama, not by Trump. Trump used the cages built by Obama because we had a surge in illegal immigration under the weak presidents every single time. Weak presidents, Democratic presidents, always equal more illegal immigration in the United States. Every single time. Always true. And so, looking at that, Biden came in and he promised you. Biden loves to make promises. And he goes, I'm not kidding. I'm not making this up. We're going to shut down Trump's wall. I'm not kidding. Not going to make it up. Executive order, wrote the pen and said, hey, there it goes. We shut down the border. We shut down the wall and opened up the border. In fact, we opened it up so much that 2 months ago, we welded the gates to the wall open in Arizona. We welded the gates open. That's a fact. Again, this isn't something that's a question. It is a documented fact. They welded the gates open, and coyotes, the cartels in Mexico, were driving, and we have video of this. There is video of this. There are pictures of this. Driving busloads of illegal aliens criminally entering the United States through the open gates in Arizona as 3 border agents are standing there trying to figure out what they can do to stop it. Biden has done nothing to help immigration. Kamala Harris was hired, or rather assigned, in March of 2021. She was assigned the mission to make sure that something was done about illegal immigration. It was her job to go and try and stop the wave of illegal aliens that started coming to America right after Joe Biden got in charge. And what did Kamala Harris do? She went to one meeting, just one, and hasn't done a single thing since. You have not heard her talk about it. You have not seen her go to the border. You have not seen any legislation proposed by her. She failed the American people. As much as Biden has failed, she has failed twice as much. This was her only job for more than a year and a half. It was the only thing that she was expected to do, and she failed. And I say that not because I'm racist or sexist. It's, oh my God, Mike, you're just a Republican. 7.2 million illegal aliens under the Biden-Harris administration. Those are the numbers from the government. 2.7 million just in 2023. That exceeds the 2.4 million for 2022. And by the way, 2023 isn't over. We're still counting. There is an expectation it will be as high as 3.2 million in just 1 year. It's so bad that that very wall that Joe Biden promised you he was going to stop, that he was going to get rid of, that he would not build 1 foot more of the wall, he just authorized to do it again. Yes, Mr. X, not a joke. That's Biden saying. It's not a joke. Yes, folks, not a joke. He's rebuilding the wall. The very wall he demonized Trump for. The very wall he said didn't work. The same wall that we have heard leftist after leftist for years now tell us do not work, are ineffective, that they should not exist. And now Joe Biden's going to build it because it works. Because it is effective. Because having an open border doesn't make a profit for America. That illegal aliens do not lead to profits. They just cost money. That they are overwhelming the system, not just in Texas, not just in New Mexico, not just in Arizona, of course in California, but in New York, Illinois, in Maryland. There is nowhere you can point to that they have been a benefit. There is not one state, nor is there one city that can point to their illegal immigrant population and say, see, they're making us a profit. That this has been a success. This was a good thing. Crime went down. Poverty went down. No, there's not one. Not one. It's so bad that the only solution is the solution we already had. The solution, we were told we were evil and demonic to be able to support. You were literally told by every major news media station out there that if you supported the border wall, if you supported Donald Trump and his immigration policies, you were evil, a racist, and a bad guy. Well, if that's all true, then what the hell is Biden and the Democrats now? Oh, they don't want to answer that question, do they? So, Mr. X says, she polls less than Biden. Kamala Harris polls less than Biden, if that's possible. Yeah, that is a fact. In fact, Kamala Harris has polled so low that she was below Dan Quayle, Vice President Dan Quayle, who was a laughing stock because he didn't know how to spell potato. And Kamala Harris had lower ratings than the guy who can't spell potato. He goes to tell you. It's amazing. Grace says they can't lead to profit. Illegal aliens can't lead to profits when they're getting free rides from our taxes. Well, yeah, we're spending in New York State alone, $60,000 per illegal alien, not per family, not per room, $60,000 per illegal alien to put them up in 3- and 4-star hotels, to kick moms and children out of shelters to take care of illegal aliens. We're throwing out moms and children who are citizens and throwing them into the streets to take care of a criminal who broke our law, and we're spending $60,000 on them, almost twice the average income of American citizens. Yeah, no wonder the economy is screwed up. But I just find it so interesting that the very thing that they demonized Trump about, the thing that the Democrats were joking about, the leftists were laughing their asses off and saying, no, those walls will never work. They are evil and demonic. And, it's not like 127 countries in the world have fences. By the way, to give you context, 127 countries in the world have walls. There are 146 countries in the world. Gives you a pretty good perspective. Roughly 85% of the countries in the world have walls. All of them. But, America doing it, well, that's just evil. It's so evil that Joe Biden's going to do it. And now they're trying to spin it. Well, you just don't understand. You don't understand that it's not evil because the Democrats doing it. Because Democrats are doing it to win an election. Let's remember, why is Joe Biden reversing himself? Why is Joe Biden today now made the decision that he's going to build the wall? Just like he's reversed his position on almost everything else that Donald Trump did that worked, he's now trying to do again. Why has he reversed his position? Because he wants to win the next election. Because he's tired of listening to Eric Adams when Eric Adams isn't on a joyride having a trip through South America on taxpayer money. He's complaining about the illegal aliens, 120,000 of them. That didn't come from Texas. They came from crossing the border. In America, and yes, New York is a border state. Hello. And they came in. And same argument and same problem that he's getting from the mayor of Chicago. Yeah, Grace. They do get, the illegal aliens are getting paid more than your husband. They're getting paid more than the average person. The average person walking down the street makes half or less than what the illegal aliens are being paid every year. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. But Biden is a good guy for doing it, and you should vote for him when he does it. When Biden builds a wall, you should give him a reward and elect Democrats. But when a Republican does it, well, that's just evil. Make up your mind, folks. Either it's evil or it's not. Either it's effective or it's not. And I can tell you, the wall was effective. Not having the wall isn't effective. Open borders isn't effective. Illegal immigrants aren't a benefit to anyone. It doesn't work. But you're just racist and sexist for saying that. You can't say that. Don't you know that when we say you're a racist and sexist, you're not supposed to speak? You're not supposed to have an answer? You're not supposed to give us facts. You're supposed to have feelings. You're supposed to feel bad because we said you're a bad person. I could care less. I don't care what they have to say about. I don't know them. I don't know these leftists. I don't care. The leftists that I do know, I don't care when they say, oh, Mike, I think you're wrong and evil for that. Who cares? Because you're wrong. Your feelings, I have my own. I don't need your feelings. I have my own feelings. My audience has their feelings. We don't need your leftist feelings. Keep them. The leftists can keep their feelings to themselves. No one cares because your feelings don't change the facts. Your truth, the way you want to think of things, you know what? Your rose-colored glasses, that's great. That's your delusion. The facts don't change. AOC made it very clear that she said on 60 Minutes, I know you're not remembering these things. I do. She was on 60 Minutes and she told you the plan for the future of the Democratic Party. Empirically, mathematically, semantically, facts don't matter. It's all about feelings. She said it on 60 Minutes. I'm paraphrasing her, almost an exact quote. Look it up for yourself if you think I'm wrong. Empirically, factually, mathematically, semantically, being correct is not important to her. She doesn't care about the facts. It's all about feelings. And that is all we have heard from Democrats for years now. They want to be elected because they make you feel good. Or at least they hope you feel good. But they don't care that you're actually living worse. They don't care that they're destroying the country. Tell me how I'm wrong. Hey, AOC, I'm in the Bronx now. I'm in the Bronx right this second. And I don't think you went down to 34th Street, that you went down to Times Square along with your party, the Democratic Socialists of America. I don't think you showed up there to actually represent your party and its progressive ideas as it supports Hamas and terrorism. So I think you might have some free time to show up in the Bronx and have a conversation with me. So let's hear you defend this. Come on, AOC. Did I misquote you? We can pull up the 60 Minutes interview and look at your quote. Am I taking you out of context? Because I'm not. You told America how the facts don't matter. All it's about is feelings. Would you like to try and take that back? I'm talking to you, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm talking to the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm talking to the progressives in America who are damned to believe in anything except their own feelings. You selfish bastards. Because that's what you are. If it's all about your feelings and everyone must share your feelings and everyone must live by your feelings, you're a selfish bastard. And that's AOC. That's my opinion of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And if Miss Cortez, Congresswoman Cortez, would like to dispute that, I am available every day of the week. I will have that conversation with you, Miss Cortez, anywhere you want, in particular in your district here in New York. Come back to it. Show up in your district. I will be happy to have this conversation to your face. Somehow, I don't think she's going to take me up on that. All right, so Mr. X, by the way, if I didn't mention Mr. X, thank you for being part of our audience, and thank you for your comments. Mr. X says, it's disgusting. The illegals are getting food, housing, cell phones, clothing, healthcare, and the kicker, they're getting jobs. Yes, and I didn't forget that Joe Biden, in his effort to make this better so that he can change the numbers, he's changing the numbers. 420,000 Venezuelans are no longer illegal because Joe Biden, through executive order, which is illegal, by the way, and I'll explain that in a second, he gave them the ability to get a job temporarily. And what a scam this is. When someone tells you, yeah, but, Joe Biden, he's helping. See, the answer is we give them jobs. Okay, well, one, that's a scam. It's not effective. But let's think about this. So Joe Biden wrote an executive order. I know, most people don't know what that means. What is an executive order? It is the president putting into place an action outside of Congress. It is meant to be something small in scale and very specific. In fact, if it is something that affects a class of people, then he can't do it. So when I say that, what's a class of people? Hispanics are a class of people. Black people are a class of people. People who are in poverty is a class of people. It is a group of people defined by a specific adjective, by specific identifiers. Whether it be economic or socioeconomic, doesn't matter, or even if it's intrinsic in terms of their birthright. These are their intrinsic factors. You cannot change that. And therefore, it's a class. And an executive order cannot affect a class of people. That's what Congress is for. Congress affects classes of people. That's their job. So Joe Biden overreached and has assumed more power than is given to him to allow Venezuelans who illegally and criminally entered the United States to get a job. Individuals who by U.S. law do not have a right to work in America. They have no prior authorization. They have no proof of their identities. They do not have green cards. They should not be in America and they should not work. And even state by state, it is illegal for them to work. But he has said this class of people, just 420,000 of them, can actually work. Well, why only 420,000? Why not all of them? Why not a couple million of them? Why limit it to just 400,000? Because he's just trying to change the numbers just enough so that instead of saying there's 3.2 million illegal aliens that entered America in 2023 alone, that it's 7.2 million illegal aliens have entered America under Joe Biden's policy. Instead of saying that, we have to reduce the numbers by 400,000. This way, it's not 3.2 million in 23. It's 2.7. See, that's a much lower number. It's much closer to 2.4 million in 2022. It sounds smaller. It doesn't sound that big. It makes him look like he's doing his job. He's doing this because he wants to get reelected. And he wants to lie to the American people. And he's willing to break the law because he doesn't have the right as a president to allow them to be here. The other problem with it, these Venezuelans being temporary workers, okay, so they're here for what, 2 years, 3 years, until their court case shows up. So 3, 4, maybe 7 years. And if you try to get rid of them, the answer is, well, all the progressives will say to you, but they've created a life in America. See, they've been paying taxes, and they now have apartments, and they're living here, and their kids are going to our schools. You can't kick them out now. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. They're still a criminal. They still broke the law. They're still accountable for the crimes that they committed. These are the same people that tell you that if you're black and you steal something, well, that's not really a crime. Yes, it is. It's still stealing. And well, they didn't steal $1,000 worth of stuff. I don't care. They're stealing. Stealing is stealing. And if the crime for stealing isn't the same for everybody, then we don't have a law about stealing. And there's no law to stop anyone. If anyone can steal, if it's not affecting everyone, it's not a law. It is chaos. It is bias. It is prejudice. Same thing applies to the illegal aliens. But no one likes to be that honest, especially in politics. No one likes to be that honest because someone might feel bad, like I should care. I don't care if you feel bad. I really don't. I don't care about your feelings. Your feelings are yours. You can have whatever feeling you want, but the empirical facts don't change. So there is a comment here. And Mr. X goes on to say, well, in the meantime, there are American citizens and veterans who are homeless. Yes, yes. Biden is so concerned that he is trying to give 420,000 Venezuelans a job in America illegally, but he doesn't care about the homeless veterans. He doesn't care about the moms and their kids that have been kicked out of shelters in New York, in Chicago, California, all across this country. He doesn't care about them. He cares about the illegal aliens. That's kind of sick and twisted. Let me go on to some of the other comments here. User has been banned says, the problem is, for some reason, we can't recognize these people actually hate us and want us dead, and we act like we can play nice with them. Just look at Hillary saying Trump supporters need to be deprogrammed. I'm sorry, Hillary Stalin. What was that? Now, Hillary Clinton, the woman who thinks that half of America is deplorable and doesn't think that they have anything valid to say. I'm sorry, Hillary. If you think that half of America is evil, you have a problem. That is your personal issue. And if someone needs to be deprogrammed, start with yourself first. By the way, Hillary, I don't really listen to someone who destroys subpoenaed evidence and tries to cover up her own acts of violating the law. Miss, I'm going to use bleach and hammers on my computers. I'm sorry. You're a criminal, Hillary Clinton, and I don't really care what your thoughts are. There's a reason why you're not a member in the Senate anymore, and why no one voted for you. Well, can't say no one. Not enough people voted for you to be president. No one wants you. You're a criminal and you're untrustworthy. So I don't care what Hillary Clinton has to say, especially about programming. But going beyond that, and I don't want to say that all illegal aliens hate Americans. I don't think that's the case. I think there's a great many of them who want to be Americans. I think there are. And they just are impatient about going through the process, a process that we could improve. I admit that as well. We could improve the process. It shouldn't take 20 years. It could take less time. I don't know what the exact number is, but it shouldn't necessarily take 20 years. And I understand that, but the illegal aliens, they're breaking the law, they're jumping the line, and that has a consequence. And I think that consequence should be, and you can never be an American citizen. You're going to be deported, you get nothing, and you get kicked out the nation and never can come back. That's the answer. That's part of the answer. Secure the border, build the wall. If Biden wants to call it the Biden wall, I don't care. It's a lie. It's on top of all the other lies that he's made. But fine, try and steal the sunlight and build the wall. Fantastic. But secure America. And stop welding the gates open. A wall doesn't work if you welded open the gate. I know, this is amazing news. No one taught this to the Democrats in Arizona, that welding the gate open means the gate doesn't matter anymore. It's just very upsetting. Mr. X says, I like the fact that you used a proper term for these illegal aliens and not calling them migrants. They're not migrants. They're not undocumented workers. These are people who have broken the law. They have zero authorization or documentation to be in the United States, and they are not native to the United States. They are illegal and alien. Yes, that is the proper legal term. People don't realize that. And they go, oh, you're just being racist and sexist. That is the if you are legally in a court of law addressing them properly, they are illegal aliens because they are undocumented and they are not from America. They are illegal aliens. Yes, that is the proper term, and I will always use it, and that's one of the reasons why my channel gets suppressed, because I call them what they are. I don't care if the illegal aliens feel bad about it. That's who they are. If you feel so bad about it, get out my country and come in legally. I have no problem with legal aliens or legal immigrants, we should actually call them. Legal immigrants are fantastic. I got no problem with them. If you're an illegal alien, I got a problem with you. You don't like it, get out my country. Oh yeah, and the proper term for the attempt to erase the hard drives by Hillary Clinton is bleach bit, not bleach. I'm sorry I was using shorthand there, but yes, you are correct, user, because then the left will come out and go, see, he's saying that she was pouring that bleach. She didn't do that. He's such a Luddite. He doesn't know about technology. No, I just wasn't using the proper name. You knew what I was talking about. But see, they play the semantics game. The very thing that AOC promised that progressives don't do is play the semantics game. They don't worry about being semantically correct unless you happen to be a conservative or a Republican and saying something they don't like. Well, then they play the semantics game really hard. You know exactly what I was talking about, but nope, you didn't say it word for word exactly correct, so you must be a bad guy. Come on, guys. Seriously. It's so obvious. Mr. X says he moved on from being a deplorable to a MAGA extremist. Hey, I'm MAGA all the way. Because there's nothing, and people go, oh, it's extreme to be MAGA. Make America great again. What in that statement is bad? How is that wrong? I've said this so many times on this channel, and I'll say it again. Every country, make Britain great again. Make Canada great again. Make whatever country you come from great again. Who in the world would be angry with that? What person that lives in their country, your home country, you should absolutely want it to be as great as it is possible. I don't care. You can be from Angola. You can be from Santo Domingo over in the Dominican Republic. You want the Dominican Republic or Haiti to be as great as it can be because it's not. And the difference between what it is now, like in Haiti or in the Dominican Republic, they are poverty-stricken hellholes. That is just a fact. That has nothing to do with the people. That has to do with the government. It has to do with the quality of life. The people may be fantastic. Maybe they're not. I don't care. But their quality of life, their government is hellish. That is a fact. You would obviously want your government to be as great as it could be, to be improved. Why is it not evil to say, I want Haiti to be great again, but it is absolutely evil to say, I want America to be great again. You know why it's evil? Because it doesn't get Democrats a vote. That's why. Because it doesn't help progressives gain power. That's why it's evil. Call it what it is. It's really insulting. Very upsetting. And I'm just being honest with you. Okay. So I held this off for a while. Not because I didn't want to talk about it, but just going through everything else. Because I definitely think what's happening with Israel was much more important. And talking about Democratic Socialists and their support of Hamas, their support of terrorism, I think was very important. So, but let's talk about RFK for a moment. Let's talk about RFK Jr. Tomorrow he's coming out with an announcement. Now, I talked a little bit about this in a video of its own. And again, links to everything I'm talking about is going to be in the description after the show. But I was talking about this earlier this week about RFK in a video on its own. I talked a little bit about it on Friday at the Liberty First Foundation's Friday Roundtable, which starts at 9 p.m. every Friday. So the thing is, and for anyone who doesn't know what's going on here, because there are many Democrats that don't know what's going on, because the news media doesn't want to talk about this. RFK Jr. is a Democrat. Yes, there are some people who don't know. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a Democrat. And he is running for the president. He's running for the Democratic nomination for the 2024 election. Again, a lot of people don't know this. They don't know that there's a candidate for the Democrats. They think there are many people who have been convinced by the mainstream media that Joe Biden's running and all the other Democrats are happy about it. They're not. In fact, very few Democrats are actually happy that Joe Biden's running. Literally 1/3 of all Democrats. But a lot of Democrats think there's no other choice, that no one wants to run against Joe Biden, so they're stuck with only Joe Biden as their choice. They have no other choice. They don't know that Marianne Williamson and RFK, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., are actually running amongst other people, including Cornel West. But Cornel's more Green Party. He's running as a socialist. He's loving that socialism thing. But there are people who are running as Democrats, as progressives, as socialists. They are running against Joe Biden. The media just doesn't like that. And the media is trying to hide that from the public. They don't want them in the polling that they are doing. They are not allowing them to get debates. They are not interviewing them. When Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was asked to appear in Congress in a congressional hearing in July of 2023 to talk about censorship, the fact that he is being silenced by the Democratic Party. And the very first thing that happened when he showed up in Congress at a congressional hearing, before he started speaking, the first thing that was done is the Democratic Party said, we have to silence him. That was the first words out of their mouth. The first thing the Democrats did is have a motion to silence him, to say that he could not speak. As an American citizen talking about his personal experiences, Democrats said he can't talk. Before he even said anything, he can't talk. Then when it was confirmed, you can't stop him from talking. He's an American citizen talking about his experiences, whether you like them or not, because you're a Democrat in the Democratic Party, and you are the ones that did this to him. The second thing that happened to RFK by Democrats was they said, okay, then we can't let the American people hear this. He can speak, but no one can hear him. So the first two things that Democrats did were they tried to shut him up, they tried to silence him, and when they couldn't silence him, they then tried to isolate, to restrict what he said so that no one else could hear him. Sure, he can speak, but no one can hear him. No one can know what he said. This is the Democratic Party. This is what Democrats do. You can't tell me that the Democratic Party is compassionate or that it listens to people and that it's actually engaged with the Americans and trying to do the best thing for America when they're the very same people who actively go to C-SPAN, look it up. C-SPAN, it's as neutral as you can get. The first thing the Democrats did, no, you can't speak. Oh, he can speak? Then no one else should be able to hear him. Those are the first two things they did. Okay. And that's very upsetting in and of itself. But RFK has continued to run his campaign. So has Marianne Williamson. By the way, Marianne Williamson is the equivalent for Republicans of Chris Christie. Not relevant. No one cares about him. They're about to drop out of the race. Now, mind you, Chris Christie is supposedly a Republican. I don't really believe it. And Marianne Williamson is a Democrat, although Democrats don't care. Although I give her this, Marianne Williamson has gotten as much approval as Kamala Harris did in 2019. Actually, she's gotten more support than Kamala Harris did. So she did something right. But Marianne Williamson she hugs on crystals, sings Kumbaya. She's not going anywhere. Throw her out. You may love Marianne Williamson. I don't. So throw her out. She's useless. RFK is the choice. And as for Dr. Cornel West, who may be a great educator, and he's a very noted black figure, black scholar, fantastic, that doesn't make him a politician. He's useless. And he's a socialist. Throw him out. You may like him. I don't. He's gone. We're not going to talk about it. Let's talk about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So we know what's happened to him. Democrats are terrified of it. That's why they're trying to silence him. That's why they're trying to prevent you from hearing him. This is why they're trying to squeeze the money away from him. And they literally, MoveOn.org, literally had meetings with Democrats in the United States Senate and told them, this happened in June, that if, June 27th of 2023, that if they spoke about anyone except Joe Biden as president, that they would lose all of their re-election funding. That MoveOn would kill their funding. So in other words, MoveOn gave them marching orders. The Democrats had no choice. The Democrats in the United States Senate were told, if you want to keep your job, you do as we say. You say what we want you to say, or you shut up. But if you say anything we don't like, you're going to lose your job. We're going to take away your money. Now, I say all of that to give people the context and the background about what's happening with RFK's announcement tomorrow. Because, again, the mainstream news media doesn't tell people this. You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to have any idea this is happening or who he is. You're not supposed to have this background, which is why I'm talking about it. Because that is the reality right now. Now, on October 9th, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has decided, RFK Jr., that he's going to have an announcement. There's only two things that he can announce. Only two things. One, that he's going to drop out of the race. That will never happen, at least not before Marianne Williamson and or Dr. Cornel West. Not going to happen. He has already received too much money in donations for him to run. He has far more support. He actually has 13% of Democrats support him, even though they don't know that he's running. They don't know what he's running on, most of them. By the way, I don't like RFK. I don't like him as a candidate. As a person, he may be fantastic. His family name, he's a Kennedy, which means nothing to me. It means a lot in the Northeast. It means everything in Massachusetts, in Boston, Rhode Island. Absolutely, they love him because he's a Kennedy. I could care less. Meaningless to me. What I do know is what he wrote in his campaign. I do know that he is an isolationist. And I know that an isolationist in office for America 2024 to 2028 will not help, because China and Iran and Russia will barnstorm all over the world, and it will destroy the world. That's my opinion. But he has the right to run. There's a difference. I think he's a bad candidate. I think he's a bad choice because of the policies he supports, and he should be heard. I think you should hear him explain why he thinks isolationism is a good thing, so that you can then evaluate it and say, there's no way in hell that works with China or Iran or with Russia. There's no way that helps Israel when Hamas is attacking because Iran sent them. I want you to hear his words. Democrats don't. So on him dropping out of the race, not going to happen, because he's got nothing to lose. People aren't hearing him already, and he's raised money. And already he has 13% of Democrats that support him, even though the majority of Democrats don't even know he exists. He might know more. And we know that at least 2/3 of Democrats don't want Joe Biden to run, and they don't know that there is another choice. So that makes me say that tomorrow, October 9th, as was scheduled, RFK Jr. is going to announce that he's going to go be a third-party candidate. Now, this is interesting. I actually know third-party candidates. I've talked to Spike Cohen when he was running in 2020. He was running for the presidency. I did an interview with him. He was vice president. I did an interview with him. I've talked with the Libertarian Party, Conservative Party. I've talked to the Green Party. I've done interviews with Howie Hawkins, who's run. He's straight up communist. And I've done interviews with Howie about him running. So I've talked to third parties more than most Americans are aware there are third parties. And I support every third party candidate's ability to run. I think they all should be given a fair chance to be heard. That isn't the situation with the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. They are terrified of third parties. They absolutely do not want them to run. And they have promised to, in case of RFK Jr., they have been telling every Democrat they know that if RFK Jr. runs, he will spoil the 2024 election. That the reason why Biden will lose is because of RFK Jr. taking away votes. That's a lie. As best as we can tell in polling so far, I want you to understand very clearly, that's a lie. It is equally a lie that I have heard from many people who are who are Democrats and saying, well, Republicans will lose. Trump will beat them. Trump will lose because RFK will be in. And RFK is going to take all the Republicans away from Trump, and they're going to bring them not to Biden, but to RFK Jr., and this way Trump is going to lose. That equally is a lie. That's not true. Now you'll say to me, well, Mike, if Biden's not going to win because of RFK, or rather, if Trump doesn't win because of RFK and Biden won't win because of RFK, what happens? A tie. See, in the few polls that have been done, RFK Jr., being an independent, gets about 20% of the vote. And Democrats and Republicans, Trump gets 38, Biden gets 38, roughly, and we see 20% roughly going to RFK Jr. He doesn't spoil the race for anyone. The race right now, without RFK, 45 Trump, 44 Biden. It's a tied race. It doesn't change because there's a third party. What does change is that a third party will get more votes than has ever happened in the history of America. It would be the first time. It would beat Ross Perot in 1986. That is a higher percentage of most Americans. It means that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party would become weaker. That they might get less money. They would have less power. And that is the problem with RFK Jr. running. It's not because he's going to spoil the race. He doesn't. No. Democrats aren't going to automatically lose because RFK is in and so is Biden. No, that doesn't do it. Biden is a crap candidate all by himself. No one else needs to do anything about that. Biden not being able to walk out of a room, sit down, or just walk across a flat floor is his own problem, not counting his policies that have led to Israel being attacked by Hamas and Iran. No. RFK is not that. He's not the problem. And Trump isn't going to lose because, oh my God, it's Trump and there's another choice. No, that's not going to do it either. Because if it was, we have a debate that's going on right now amongst Republicans, and everyone there is looking for second place. They're all looking for the VP position, but if anyone actually had a chance, they'd be going and making it known. Vivek Ramaswamy isn't going to be president instead of Trump. He may be vice president, which I truly doubt. He'll probably be a member of cabinet, probably one of the economic cabinets, but that's another thing altogether. But none of them are going for president. Now, I say all of this because this is about free speech. This is about the right to vote. This is about power in America. And no one wants to talk about it. I put out that video in the middle of the week, and YouTube crushed it. They suppressed it. The first day, I have a lot of videos, and some of them do well, some of them don't do well. That's fine. I had a video that did 9. They showed it to 9 people. That's suppressing it. I don't have videos. You may think I'm an idiot. You may think I'm great. It doesn't matter. Everything I took 1 minute of that video, put it on TikTok, a Chinese communist social media company. TikTok. I had a TikTok video of 1 minute of the same speech. Over 390 people watched that. And you're telling me that YouTube couldn't find more than 9 people in the first day? It's because of censorship. Just giving you an example. If in 1 hour on TikTok, I can have hundreds of people watching this and saying, yeah, this is about power. It's not about Democratic Party winning or losing. It's about power for the Democratic Party. If 300 people can agree with that in 1 hour, why couldn't YouTube show it to anyone? I mean, since that time, it's gotten more people, not as many as Twitter. Not as many as, Twitter, TikTok, Rumble. They all got more people watching it. But you have to ask why. Because Democrats don't want people to know, and Republicans don't want people to know that you have a choice. That you have choice. It's not, you're not limited to one party or another. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say there's only 2 parties and you only have 2 choices. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say, hey, you can only vote for the person you're told is a candidate. You can write anyone's name in. I mean, this is just information most people should know. Anyone could do it. Anyone could know. So this is about power. Let me stop there for a moment. I want to go back to some of the comments and double check what people are saying here. So going back to, give me a second, folks. There we are. So we're talking about RFK. And Mr. X, I think Mr. X has a few things to say about this, which is great. Says that Dr. Cornell, yes, I know he's a doctor. He has a doctorate. I understand. But forgive me if I don't give him all of his attributions there. We know who we're talking about. But Dr. Cornell West left the Green Party. He's now running as an independent now. I stand corrected. I thought he was running, last I had seen of his campaign, he was working in the Green Party with Howie Hawkins. And that was as of 9/11 that I last had been paying attention to it. But again, Dr. Cornell West is a socialist. I don't agree with socialists, so I don't care. And he was with the Green Party, which is communist, so he had no chance in hell of ever winning, and I didn't care. Mind you, that doesn't mean he couldn't speak. I'm still happy to hear what he has to say. I want to hear how he justifies his socialist communist ideology and why that he thinks that works for America. Love to hear it, but I don't think it wins. User has been banned says, the media, we won't talk about RFK Jr. brought to you by Pfizer. Good point. Very true. User has been banned goes on to say, I still think Trafficant was the best Democrat. Beam me up. Trafficant? Really? Okay. Mr. X, in talking about Marianne Williamson, says that she just wants to sell her book, her crystals, and a few other things. She's broke. She's out of money. She is now at the point where she's just trying to recoup her losses for having tried to run for a second time. The first time she did decently well, got about 7%. She did better than Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris topped out at 5% in 2019 and was the first person to drop out of the race. Marianne Williamson was hugging crystals and she got to stick around, had about 7% at her peak, and left after Kamala Harris. She came back, wasted her money, and now she's just trying to get her money back, I think. So I do agree with you. She's trying to sell her books. She's trying to sell crystals. She's trying to do anything to get her money back. But I think it's all over for her. Now, Mr. X says, I'm one of the few people that don't like RFK Jr. I don't think it's that few at all. 80, according to polling, in any poll you would put him up against, 80% of the public don't want him. And I think a lot of people have issues with a president who wants to be an isolationist while China is trying to gear up for war, while Russia is actively in a war. And now we have Israel being attacked because they're under attack because of a war in the Middle East. I don't think most people want an isolationist in charge under those conditions. I don't think RFK has the best plan. I'm happy to hear him tell me why I'm wrong, but looking at the data, looking at his own website, he does not inspire confidence in me. None at all. But it's okay. We're in America. Other people, he deserves the right to try and convince me otherwise, to try and convince everyone. The problem is he's being denied the chance. Whether or not he would convince me doesn't matter. It's that he should have the chance. And the reason why he's not getting the chance is because people are trying to preserve power, not because they have a better candidate. Mr. X mentions that there's a few things that he agrees with RFK on, like there's only two genders, the vax, government corruption. Those aren't things that are isolated to Democrats. Most Republicans believe those things. Most conservatives believe that. I'd say maybe half the libertarians believe that. It's not unique. He doesn't have a unique position. So again, that doesn't make him stand out in my book. It's the other things that I have a problem with. Mr. X is talking about how he prefers Howie Hawkins in the Green Party over, he prefers Dario Hunter rather than Howie Hawkins. Well, I've met Howie Hawkins. I've interviewed Howie Hawkins. I didn't interview Dario Hunter, so there you go. And I have to stand corrected. Ross Perot was 92, not 86. Well, Ross ran twice. He dropped out of the first race, and then he was in the second. Was it 92? Because Bush was involved, and everyone blamed the loss for Bush on Ross Perot, which makes me think it was 86 going into 90, not 92. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. And if I stand, and you know what, Mr. X, thank you for correcting me. I'm not doubting you at this moment. You said it was 92 and not 86. I stand corrected. User has been banned says, imagine if the media was how it was with Bush and the Bushisms. That's funny. Mr. X says, why not multi-stream? I don't have the money. I used to multi-stream. The live stream we're doing right now used to go out on multiple streams. We went out to about 5 or 7 different social media formats every Sunday. I lost my home. I am in a temporary studio in the Bronx, and I have no money. That's why I'm not multi-streaming, because I don't trust YouTube. I don't trust Facebook. They will drop this in a heartbeat. They suppress me constantly. So that's the reason why. It's honest. It's not something I haven't told people before. By the way, as you can see on the screen, you can join my Patreon. It costs $1.50 per month. I give as much content as, I don't know, Ahsoka, as Disney Star Wars. I provide more interesting content than Disney Star Wars. Absolutely. then most of the shows that are on Netflix and Hulu, you're spending what, $10, $12, $15 per month for streaming services that you don't watch. You're watching me. Guess what? I only ask for $1.50 a month if you wish. Or you can go to my Patreon and make a one-time payment. But most importantly of all, and I have not asked for it all show, and I should have, like, share, subscribe. Honestly, that's the one thing we always do ask. You don't have to give me a dime. Like, share, and subscribe. Like we said at the very beginning, clip the show and show it to your friends. Talk about Israel. Talk about what's happening with Iran and Hamas. Let's have this conversation. All I'm asking you to do is like it so the rest of the world can see this, to break the algorithm that has locked us down and is trying to suppress this conversation. Let's have these conversations. Whether you agree with me or not, it's okay. You can hate my guts, but allow me the freedom of speech that the YouTube and the algorithms don't want to give me. Like, share, and subscribe. That's all I ask for. And if you have the money, hey, I could use $1.50. It helps. Users of Man says, it's funny that he had a video of a penguin. It got 60 views. Look, and by the way, the video on RFK has since done far, far better. Why? Because people just like you saw the video and said, hey, someone should talk about this. And they showed it to their friends. And they shared it. And they liked it. And it's gotten up to, last I saw, about 300 views. Again, the 1 minute coverage of it got 3 times as much. But, you know, it's getting out there because you like, share, and we talk about it, which is what should be happening. But social media is absolutely sucking up to the powers that be. Democrats, specifically Democrats, but also Republicans, are using a stranglehold to silence you, to let you not realize you can write in anyone's name on that ballot. That's what is supposed to happen. That's the way the system used to be. You're not restricted to just your party. And I know there's a bunch of Republicans out there that will scream and shout and have yelled at me many a time, even on this program, and said, Mike, but that's wasting a vote. I disagree. There are people who will tell you, you have to vote the party line, otherwise you have wasted your vote. I disagree. I think that's wrong. I do not agree with that. I think every vote matters, and I think even if your vote says Mickey Mouse, if it says Mickey Mantle, I don't care what it says. It could say Darth Vader for all I care. It counts. And having a third party out there, whether or not RFK wins, and I don't think he does, he has the right to run, and he deserves every vote that he can get because that makes America better. To go back to, it makes America great again because it's competition, raising the bar. We have not had different voices in our elections since the 90s. Has America been doing better or worse? The fact that Democrats and Republicans don't fear an outside voice competing with them saying, I can do better for America than what you're doing. Has that been good for America? Competition has always been one of the best things we have. It has elevated our nation, having more of a discussion, having more debate about the issues, finding different ways and better ways to do things to become more efficient and more effective has always been positive, and that is only possible by having conversation. Whether you agree with every element of that conversation or not is immaterial. I don't care if you feel like RFK is a loser. I don't care. I don't care if you feel that he's the best thing since sliced bread or any other candidate. It doesn't matter. How do you vote? Who made the best argument? Who's the best choice? It's a meritocracy, people. And when we don't have a meritocracy, we get LaFonza Butler. It's a silly name. LaFonza Butler. What was that? An appointment based on nothing but looks? She's a black lesbian activist. That's the only reason why she got the job. She's a young black activist. Has nothing to do with whether she's qualified or not. Why is she senator? Because they couldn't find in all of California a black lesbian activist that they could control in the Senate. I'm sorry, folks. We need more conversations, not less. We need more candidates, not fewer. We need a better election system that everyone can trust so that we can have faith in our elections again, because we don't have that. They destroyed that. I don't care who you think won or shouldn't have won. No one in America trusts our election system anymore because it has been abused, because people have been shut down. Our voices haven't been heard. And that's bad, because if the beacon of freedom in the world doesn't trust its elections, we can't trust our leaders, and we don't have choices. No one in the world gets choices. There is no one to replace America. The Democratic Socialists of America, they want you to think, well, don't worry, there'll be a better system to replace America. That is a lie. It is a bald-faced lie to you. There is nothing that is better in the history of the world than America, with every flaw and mistake that America has made. There is no system that's better. That's why every nation in the world looks to be like America, to compete with America, to reach up to where we are in terms of quality of life, in terms of freedom, the amount of freedom, the quality of freedom, the opportunity that we provide. That's it. And when we are gone, there is no one else. No one's stepping up. The playing field gets dropped down. That's how it existed before America, and that's what will happen afterwards. It's not that people will become more free in a different country. It's that everyone will lose freedom in the world. And you'll just get accustomed to having less freedom and more authoritarianism, more dictatorships, more oligarchies, more communism. But you won't have more freedom. And that's why I think this is important. Let me see. Mr. X says, sorry to hear about the hard times. That's okay. We all have hard times. This is a hard time. I've been talking about the financial crisis since literally February of 2021. We've all been trying, businesses shut down in 2020. People broke their lives. That's why we have so many people who are on opioids, why we have so many people who have committed suicide, why we have so many people who are on drugs right now, who are committing crimes right now, people who are still dealing with the repercussions of what happened when everything shut down all at once. That's one of the problems. People make bad financial decisions, or they're not able to keep up with their financial obligations. I'm hardly the only person who's having a difficult time. I know. And inflation has been as high as 17%. I know it's kicking the butt of not just me, but families all across America. So I understand. It's difficult. I get it. I really do. It's why we have to work so much better. And I appreciate and thank you, Mr. X, for liking and sharing. Because you know what? You don't have to do more than that. That is enough. User has been banned says we need a media that is independent and free. And this is the freedom and the independence. It's called Rumble. It's called BitChute, Odyssey. It's called Facebook and Twitter. And yes, it's also considered YouTube. It's all of them. It's all the above, not less. It's kind of like looking at Democrats when they talk about energy. They always like to say, you have the choice of solar or wind. Screw you. No, the choices are oil and gas and solar and wind. And by the way, nuclear, the one thing that is actually the most efficient and most effective source of energy known to man at this time. Beats everything hands down. They don't like it, which is why they don't ever talk about it. It's cleaner than solar and wind and everything else. But they don't want to talk about that. They go with, you have a choice, either or. And my thing is, how about and? The answer is and. It's not one or the other. The freedom of speech, this is why we see that news media at this moment is trusted less than almost any other time since there was yellow journalism in America. Yeah, yellow journalism, that's back in the 1920s. Since that point in time, we have seen journalism be seen as more trustworthy, and that has gone off a cliff lately. But why? Because we have individuals like myself, like others. I guarantee you, before the end of the day, there is a private citizen journalist. There is someone who does political commentary or just happens to be doing, walking around doing journalism of their own. They're going to record the Democratic Socialists of America at 34th Street, and that video is going to get released somewhere. And maybe it's going to be on Truth Social. Maybe it's going to be on Getter. Maybe it's going to be on BitChute or Rumble. Someone's going to put it out so that we can see what the Democratic Socialists of America, how they are cheering on and supporting terrorism. And that's going to make a big difference. And YouTube will probably shut it down. It may not make it to Twitter, may not get on to TikTok. But guess what? It will get out there. Because even though the mainstream media isn't saying it, it's still the truth. They don't get to pick the truth. The truth isn't either the ABC or Fox News. It's all of it, including what you and I have to say. User has been banned, says, well, the debates that we have here on this program are kind of like a game show. Well, kind of. And I enjoy having these debates. I enjoy having this conversation with the public. And again, I apologize. Don't have the money to I don't have a phone right now, so we don't have the ability to call into the show. But I am paying attention as much as I can to your comments. And we are having this conversation. And everyone in the world should be able to have access to it, whether they agree or not. Because you have to know what you don't agree with. The only thing I don't like is when people go, oh, I'm just not going to watch. I'm not going to listen to you, Mike. You're a Republican. Does that mean I'm wrong? Because I listen to Democrats all the time. That's why I know they have been wrong all the time. Because I listen. How can you say something's wrong or you don't, or that it's going to have a bad consequence if you don't get to speak about it, if you don't know? How can you trust the science if you don't know what science is? If no one's doing a scientific experiment, or if they don't tell you what the results are? User Band says, every time I visit Florida, I'm always trying to catch, I'm trying to catch a three-eyed fish near the reactor there, and still nothing. Very sad. The Simpsons lied. Hey, so I'm not telling you that nuclear doesn't ever have a problem. It does. When it has a problem, it's a big one. Fukushima, great example. 3 Mile Island, great example. It does have problems when it has a problem. Except our technology, our safety measures have increased exponentially. And every time we have one of these problems, we become even safer. And even with those problems, do you know how many people die putting up wind tunnels? The wind farms. You know how many people die falling off of trying to fix the blades on those windmills? Do you know how toxic they are? And that's just the windmills. Solar panels, same thing. That's not even counting the people who die digging up the rare earth metals in Africa, the children, the child labor that is being used and killing children in Africa so that they can have the rare earth metals so that you can have a solar panel for 5 to 7 years, because in the Northeast, we have something called snow. We have something called cold weather, and that's not good for solar panels or for the wind turbines. Or didn't you know that? Because they don't like to tell people that. Again, these are conversations we need to have. And I'm saying all of this to bring it back to, in terms of RFK. He deserves to have his moment to shine. He deserves to have his voice heard. Even if I don't like it, even if I don't agree, he still has that right because he's an American citizen. And our presidency isn't defined by you're on the left, you're on the right. It doesn't get defined by you're a Republican, you're a Democrat. That's not the limitation. And that's why I think it's important. And what I think is important is that in watching Democrats go jump through every hoop possible, especially in Congress, directly saying the first thing they let the world see. First thing, you can't talk. Oh, sorry, you were overruled. He can talk. Oh, then no one else can hear him. To see how they have been doing that consistently. And if it's happening to RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who is rich, who is a Democrat, who has hundreds of thousands of followers, who is getting millions of dollars to run in a race that he's probably going to lose, guess what? If they're able to do it to him, what the hell do you think they're doing to you? I'm not standing up for RFK to be able to run for the presidency because I think he's going to win or because I like him. But it's because I want to protect freedom of speech for myself. Call it selfish if you want to, but I'm trying to protect myself and you. If he's shut down, we are shut down. And if they're going to shut him down, they better have a damn better reason than, oh, we don't want competition. The one thing that has always proven in America to make things better. When we had competition in car companies, we got better cars. We don't have that competition anymore. Guess what? Overseas, they're making better cars. Everything that we made in America with competition was the best in the world. The moment we took away that competition, we floundered. And we're doing the same thing with our presidents to a certain extent right now. We need RFK Jr. to run. And we need to see what's going to happen. By the way, I would recommend, if you have not seen the interview, the conversation with the Liberty First Foundation on Friday at 9 p.m. That just passed by this Friday, please watch that. You will see that there's some very important things that, one of the other things that's really important, and I'm going to just type this out here. See, one of the other reasons why the presidency, the parties want it to be two parties, because someone will always get 50%. Someone's going to win. And as long as they get 50 point whatever, they win, we know who's the leader. They add in a third party, well, what's possible is the question I've just asked. And I don't think most people know. What happens if the candidates don't get 50%? What if they don't win? I don't care. Democrat, Republican, Independent, they don't win. What if somehow Cornel West rose up, he got 20%? If it was 4 candidates and they all got 25%, Trump, Biden, Dr. Cornel West, and RFK, they all got 25%. Nobody was the winner. What happens then? See, the Constitution and our founding fathers were smart enough. They thought about these things. And our early government, they thought about these things. And they said, hey, we have an answer for that. It's called the 12th Amendment. Everyone remembers the first 10. In fact, most people don't remember the first 10. They remember the first, the second, sometimes the third, the fifth, because it's in TV shows, and that's about it. They forget about the 8th, the 9th, the 10th, which are also very important. They forget about everything else. So basically, people know about 3 of the amendments. There are 22 of them. People don't remember that. And they absolutely don't know what is the 12th Amendment. You know the 14th Amendment, because that has to do with slavery. Do you know what the 12th is? Because the 12th has to deal with what happens if a president doesn't get 50%. And the process, which goes to Congress, and Congress votes. Why is Congress so important? Because if there is no clear winner, they get to make the vote. They vote for you. Kind of scary now. especially when you consider that they're putting in people like LaFonza Butler because she's a diversity hire, because she has no intrinsic value in the job. She couldn't win on her own. She had to be appointed. She had to be imported from Maryland into California, which is, by the way, illegal, the way they did that. It's unconstitutional. And she had to be appointed for that race. And she could vote. And she could decide who's the next president. Assuming that no one gets 50%. Yes, the 19th does get a lot of attention. Users banned. Again, people only know a handful of the things that actually make our country run. They've dumbed us down so much. In the 1950s, people knew the answers to some of the things that we've been talking about. People don't know now. If you ask someone who's 20 years old right now, what's the 13th Amendment? They couldn't answer it for you. You ask them what the 10th Amendment is. They can't answer it. You ask them what the 8th Amendment is. Cruel and unusual punishment. You think that's one you would want to remember as these kids are running around protesting and burning down cities. Some of them are running around burning down cities and protesting, violently protesting. The ones that are part of the socialist movements, like Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, who got arrested en masse in New York State. Why? Because they were going around and attacking people in Rochester while people were eating dinner, and they go in and destroy restaurants. But that's another story. But still, you would think they would know what the Eighth Amendment is. They don't know. They don't know what their rights are. They don't know that they can write in on each and every ballot, local, state, and federal, any name you want. You're not limited to whoever's on there. You can choose whoever you want. We need to get the more intelligent and more competition we have in America in every aspect of American life, the more we embrace freedom, the better we are as a nation. And I will say, we will make America great again, which is not a bad thing. And if you think the making America great is a bad thing, you really need to investigate your life. If you're just saying, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA is bad, MAGA is evil, without thinking about what does MAGA mean? Do you understand what you are saying is evil? Do you understand that it is now extremist to want to make America and your life as good as it could be? And to do that, they want to shut down the ability of people to compete to be the best president we could possibly get. Does that sound good? Does that sound like it's in your best interest at all? I don't know. But what I will say, wow, we've been on for 4 hours. Sometimes the stories, the conversations, they just flow. They just keep going. I was going to go over to Rumble. I will repost this at Rumble. And I apologize to my fans on Rumble that I haven't done anything live there. I'll do something in the middle of the week live just on Rumble for my Rumble fans. I apologize. But it's a lot of information. I hope that you have found this to be informative, educational, maybe entertaining, if nothing else. I hope it inspired you to have your voice heard, whether it's in the comments, like we've been having people type in throughout the entire show, or whether it's going to be in the comments after the show. That's fine. I look forward to hearing from you. And I hope that together we can get America to be great, to get the best choices, to get the best results, to get effective and efficient results that will help America and therefore help the rest of the world. Because they are desperate and they are absolutely begging for America to get up off our butts and to actually do something effective. Not just to do something, but to do something effective. to do something that's efficient, to do something that's American. Together, we can make sure that does happen. With that being said, we've been on for 4 hours. I do thank everyone who has paid attention to the show, who has listened in. I hope you do like and share with all your friends. Please do subscribe. We really do value that. Consider the Patreon or the PayPal. We appreciate that if you can. If you can't, that's perfectly fine as well. And most of all, we appreciate and thank you for being our audience, because we love you. We love that you've been with us and to give us your time. And I look forward to talking to you again throughout the week and next week at Sunday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you, everyone.